of the law, there are processes within the law on how to bring them to account, including guidelines on the lawful enforcement of the law. It is also the law, Right Honourable Speaker and members, that for one to be charged with a criminal offence, that offence and the punishment thereof must be expressly provided for in written law. Those arrested are accused of various breaches of the law, including the alleged illegal use of military gear by some of them. Charges known to the law will be preferred for the courts to determine their cases. In addition, working with the military and other security organs, it will be proposed to publish for information their gazetted uniforms as well as other gear which are ordinarily the preserve of official uniformed forces. Also, working with the EC, guidance should be given to all the players regarding lawfully permissible conduct during this exercise. Last, rules of engagement and SOPs that guide the security forces in the conduct of public order management will be disseminated to the operating forces to enhance their awareness as they go about their duties. But also, unsaid is the background to this, and I think we need to ask the hard questions. We need to have a candid, brutal conversation on this idea of what is reasonable conduct, what is permissible conduct. I think we were all treated to that video that ran wild of people in military formations, and I knew it would attract consequences, both intended and unintended. So I think going forward, we may need to engage as security and all the players on how we go forward to ensure that we have credible electoral processes. Right Honourable Speaker and members, government commits to ensure a clean and safe electoral process in support of the EC. Those arrested will be presented in court, and any excesses reported, investigated and dealt with as appropriate. The journalist whose eye was injured, called Miracle in Nsambia Hospital, gladly he's been discharged, but I've been briefed by Honorable Bahati and I want to thank him for visiting him. We shall meet the bills of his treatment. I beg to submit, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Bahati, you promised us. I've heard the minister said you visited, but I think we better hear from you because you have a date with the House on that issue.
The Miracle, who works with Stop TV, it is true he was injured and there were some limited operations on his face. The good thing is that his eye, according to the doctor, was saved. He's out of danger as we speak, and he has been discharged yesterday. And on behalf of government, I promised that we are going to clear the bills. Also had a complaint that his camera was damaged, but in the meantime we have agreed with the Minister of Internal Affairs that the bill will be cleared by government. So I extended our sympathies and we continue to pray for him for quick recovery. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, no, Minister, I would have loved, for example, in the case of the journalist, you know, who was not part of people who made the parade and all that. I would have been glad to see a commitment of investigating your officers coming out clearly. The way of investigating others has come out clearly. It would have been, it would give confidence to other people who might be caught up in that fracas when they are not involved. So I don't know specifically on that, then I call up.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members. Yes, it's true. In all this, there are always innocent bystanders. If I can, I wouldn't want to infer the guilt of the others, but certainly we shall verify, even reaching out to the journalist and find out how he was injured, who was responsible, and then we take appropriate action.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Leader of Opposition, to begin with.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister of Internal Affairs for responding to the directives of the Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank you, government, for responding to the injured person by meeting his bill. Although you wouldn't have met it if you had not caused injury to him. And it's not enough. But there are more than one who are under the same state. Mr. Speaker, I want to inform General Muhoozi, the Minister of Internal Affairs State, that yesterday, and as of now, there is a video running around. There is a Ugandan resembling one of the judge, and people were almost going to kill him, thinking that the one was beating people in Kawempe. This is a common phenomenon in Africa. Sometimes some people say that I'm resembling also you yourself. And if you commit an offense, I might be the victim or you might be. But for you are lucky, you have safety with your security guards. This is the situation, Mr. Speaker, we are facing. But when we were here, the Minister for Trade, who was acting as government, leader of government business, denied knowing anybody who was beating people. The processes of bringing people to book, summoning them, is within the hands of government, not the opposition. If there is any offense committed by a national unity platform, at any cost, it's you to bring them to book. But here we are having soldiers beating civilians with no sufficient cause. There's a candidate in this race. They were saying we are going to cause traffic jam. He's moving with a wheel loader. But for him, it's safer than those walking on foot on the roads. How do we handle that? Mr. Speaker, sir, we should go, members of Parliament, and I'm repeating this, because we are giving challenges to our Speaker. And I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. You stated it here, that you are going to handle that matter. Members of Parliament are summoned by, you summon them through the Speaker of Parliament. If I'm wearing an overall, which is red in color, but it's having national colors, what offense have I committed? I'm driving going to the rally where there is a new candidate or an NRM candidate, and you arrest members. Honourable Minister of Internal Affairs, kindly. Even NRM, actually, parades are committed everywhere. You must communicate, and always directives come out, respect them. NRM is wearing its yellow overalls, it's also berets, also because you know what is sanctioned under the Legality Act, which was brought back to Parliament as a trained soldier and a lawyer. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to come out. Why do you beat the press, the fourth arm? They are fully dressed in their attire, showing that they are working for maybe Mr. Baramuzi, Honorable Mr. Baramuzi Radio, and others. I can take the information and I will conclude.
Sorry, colleagues, it's being worked on. Yeah, but we can continue.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Sewungu, for giving way. Right Honourable Speaker and members, when you see the events unfolding in the Kawempe North by-elections, it leaves all of us in a bad situation. Those involved in the election, and even those other citizens, particularly the responsible members of this society. Now, when the issue was put for government to come and clarify and explain, I'm surprised, deeply surprised, that the Honourable Minister has chosen to tell what everybody wishes to hear. He has told the intent of the law and the aspirations of Ugandans. But what is at stake now is that they are hoodlums. There is the JAT, which is responsible, the core mandate, to crack on terrorism. And now you have an official exercise, a campaign exercise announced, and government chose to deploy the Joint Anti-Terrorism Force. Why? Because from the word go would start from there. Who deployed? Honorable Minister. You could tell the country who deployed and why. Because we should start from there. And it is not difficult to find out. Even if there was some conduct of members.
Honorable Sechkubo, that's not how we behave on the floor. Okay? You came for information, and I hope your time is up. I'm sorry. Honorable Susan Amero. No, you donated your time. Now you donate.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Amero.
Thank you, Speaker. I heard the Minister talk about payment of treatment bills, but I didn't hear him talk about compensating the person who was harmed, because this is a breadwinner in his home. And there are so many people who depend on that person. So I wanted also that to come out clearly. But also, the other thing, Right Honorable Speaker, is for how long are the security forces going to take the law into their hands? And they go away. They walk out free. What are they supposed to be doing? If the police is to keep order, law and order, and then the police is using the gun, bat, and everything, including the knife in the gun, to point at this guy who is innocent, who has not been proven to be guilty, then what are we? I think something needs to be done, because currently the situation at hand is not good. We need to protect our people, and we need to do the things according to the laws that we are making. I beg to submit, Mr.
Thank you, Honorable Mede, and Honorable Shivadia, then Honorable Bigaros.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to protest the manner in which security handles civilians in certain situations. Because I was a victim of that during elections. It doesn't matter what party you belong to, but it matters how the state security conducts themselves. I'm a mother. One time I was very pained. I almost shed tears seeing a small girl, these children of Makerere University, trying to protest, and a little girl howled behind a pickup. I wouldn't want my daughter to be treated like that. During the campaigns, it was like the state versus Ahmed. There was this colonel that was deployed in my constituency, and they were just all over intimidating people with the uniforms, telling my supporters they are going to disappear. Please, in this century, as a politicians of my generation, we want fair competition, we want accountability of security. This is not fair. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I know that incident that happened, but how is the situation now? Have we gotten other bad incidences? So why I'm raising this, I want us in our debate, if the situation now has calmed down, then we don't again put in fire. Honorable Chibadia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I have asked you, I don't know. So now, stop. You know, yeah, I've asked you in your submission, you should be the ones to tell us what's going on. I didn't tell you that the situation is like this. I asked you. Yes. Honorable Chibadia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, every rightfully thinking Ugandan is asking, how did we reach here? How did we reach where we are? What has caused this, Right Honorable Speaker? Right Honorable Speaker, I remember at the beginning of this parliament, The speaker then, late Honorable Jacob Olanya, said that one day he would organize a day. We sit here and debate how we wish this country to move. Right, Honorable Speaker, maybe one day you convene, either you take us in conference hall, in the compound, we debate. Right, Honorable Speaker, it's ugly. Your question was, what is happening now? Is it any better? Right, Honorable, yesterday they were showing where a lady was seated in a vehicle. Somebody jumped on the vehicle on top and pointed a gun at the lady in the car. The lady was saying, shoot. People were surrounding the car. Right, Honorable, who is in charge of campaigns in this country? Campaigns are not going to the church to begin praying. And campaigns, everybody will be chanting, people will be moving, people will be singing. Who is in charge of campaigns, Right, Honorable Speaker? A campaign period? And we behave like this? Honorable Minister, we want you to restore hope in Ugandans. Restore hope in Ugandans and say maybe it is regrettable, this was uncalled for, we are investigating, we are going to do something better. But according to your statement, it's as if everything is normal and what is going on is blessed because you blame the people who were arrested. You can't even tell us those who participated in beating. You beat a younger girl. You pull a younger girl on the road. Right, Honorable Speaker, it's very regrettable.
Okay. Now, I'll just first ask two people here before Honorable Rose. Honorable Minister, I understand the Electoral Commission, you had a meeting with the Electoral Commission. Oh, yeah, security forces were. I would want to hear from you. I don't know whether it's you who attended or your people briefed you, because both sides were invited. So you don't have any information on that, on what you agreed? Okay.
I wasn't privy to that meeting, Right Honourable Speaker, but I'll find out.
Yeah. Because I saw the director of operations in that meeting. I saw in the media. Sorry? Okay. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I worked for Electoral Commission. And the law is clear. In such an operation, honestly, it's Electoral Commission to invite police and if they are skeletal, maybe the army to support. But what is happening is like the minister slept on duty. Because if Electoral Commission had a meeting and he was not even in the meeting and he does not know anything, what hope can he give Ugandans? Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving room to debate this particular issue. This morning I was on talk show. Literally, NRM, if it will ever get any votes in Kawempe, I want to tell you, skeletal, the community is bleeding. Why have we decided to militarize something which is for civilians? What is your fear? Why have we decided to make election to appear as it's war? Do we want to take this country into anarchy? We have had enough. Innocent people are being beaten. Can you imagine? Media is the fourth estate. The fourth estate has lost an eye. We can happily sit here and say the treatment will be covered. Can you imagine? Really? Do you know what pain is in a person who has lost an eye? Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg you, the only hope remaining for our community, especially when it comes to Kawempe, is this house. Kindly put your feet on this matter. It is a stop.
Thank you. Honourable Kror. Then Honourable Shasha.
I want to thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. And I want to add my voice. Right Honourable Speaker, fortunately, I live in an era where I saw anarchy during my early childhood. the memories of 1980s, 86 to 90, we have been victims. We have been IDPs. You go to Teso, you are terrorized by the illegal guns there, the wars there. But I'm surprised that in this day and era now, we thought we'd run to Kampala for refuge. But now the way things are being done, in broad daylight, it's not at night. Honorable colleagues, we are the voices of the people. And this, in its measure, I want to thank Right Honorable Speaker. All of us have got to stand together to condemn the actions. When the military spoke, the army, they said they don't know those people. You get it? Security agencies are disowning some of these people. By now, in a normal situation, those people should be behind bars. So I want to appeal to our forces, particularly police, Honorable Minister. The JAT are people who fall within your docket. Kindly bring them to order. We want a fair ground for all of us. We are ready to win elections clean, but not through a brutalized way. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Shisha.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. When this similar incident happened in 2021, Mitoma lost 3 young men who were even not part of the group. 2 were hawkers of G-nuts. They were buried in Kabila. 1 was from Ijumo. It was during campaigns, and I was there to campaign. I was almost lynched when I mentioned the name. NRM, they almost lynched me because they were bitter with NRM by that time. So I'm requesting that we put a stop on this because we are nearing the elections. What is going to happen when everyone is campaigning and nobody is even there to stand for any? Thank you so much. We need to put a stop on this.
Honorable Joyce Bagara, then Honorable Kasoro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I'd like to appreciate the Minister for the statement, but I'm very disappointed, especially as a journalist. The rate at which journalists are being brutalized in circumstances like this is very alarming, and I'd like to say to this Parliament that Miracle is not the only journalist that has been injured in situations like this. And most of the time, the government will try to compensate or to buy a camera to replace it or to pay the bills. But what are the bills? What about other journalists? Because, Right Honorable Speaker, there are many other journalists that are being brutalized, that are being injured. Some of them will never be able to work again. There's been Twa Muchibi at NBS Television. There was Yuda Musisi, formerly of BBS. There is David Lubowa of Daily Monitor. There is Ali Mivule, who is formerly of NTV. There is Ashraf Kasirie, who everyone knows very well what happened to him. There's Joshua Mujunga, and the list goes on and on. And from my understanding, I think the government takes for granted journalists, because first of all, you know that the pay for journalists is very little. So when someone is injured and then you go there and then you're buying a new camera and then you're paying the bills, you think that is enough. I don't think it is enough. And secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I heard the minister the other day saying, oh, they should be taken to court as individuals. But these people are in masks from head to toe. You cannot identify the person. So how do you go to court? How can they be accountable when you can't even identify them? It is very saddening, it is very heartbreaking, and I think the government should reflect on the things that you're doing. Even the people who didn't know about the brutality of this government are angry. Some people are not talking, but they're really boiling. And one day, Right Honorable Speaker, this whole bubble will burst. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Solo Kayemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Then Honorable Ongisto.
I'm Solo, not Kasoro. So.
Yeah, so stop using that name in the corridor then. Honorable Soroka.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, many times the NRM government says that the opposition are spoiling the image of this country. And they say that we have made a very big part in scaring tourists and other people to come to this country. Yes. But Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at what is happening in our country, what happened in Kawempe, you can say that actually the police or this government is its own opposition of its image. It attracts the world to see whatever is happening here. Right Honorable Speaker, I was a victim on Monday. What happened in Kawempe? The Jat people wanted to kick my private parts. It's only that I had the background of the ghetto in Ibwaise. If I didn't have tactics, it would be another story as it is now. When you look at the clothes I used that day and you look at them, you can't believe that it's a member of parliament that was harassed the way it was. The ladies were in a court on Tuesday with Honorable Nsambo Shabe. When you look at the way the ladies were beaten, others lost their backs. Yes, they did. Others, when you look at their faces, they were brutally brutalized. Why are we doing this? The kidnaps going on as we speak now, Right Honorable Speaker. An American citizen called Charles Bukenya Mubawala, the Vice President for UNA, was kidnapped on Tuesday night in Nakulabi. We don't know where he is. This country is experiencing many people leaving to go and seek asylum in other countries because of the way the security agencies are handling. We ask who is ordering, who is taking over. But we have seen streets of the CDF saying, I'm going to crush these new people. We condemn that. This is our country. We are born in Uganda, we stay in Uganda.
Thank you. Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers of Cabo Seed Secondary School from Mubende District, represented in Parliament by Honorable Kabanda David and Honorable Nakazwe Hope Grandia. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Finder, you can stand up. You can stand up. Thank you. There they are. Thank you. Also, we have in the public gallery this afternoon students and teachers of Britannico High School from Nakauka, Wakiso District. They're represented by Honorable Charles Matova and Honorable Narima Betty Esther. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me once again in welcoming them, Honorable colleagues. Colleagues, furthermore, we have students and teachers of Immaculate Heart Girls School, Nyachibari from Rukunji District. They are represented by Honorable Natkunda Medias and Honorable Tahigwe Irisa. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please once again join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Yes. Honorable Manuel Rongiso.
Thank you so much.
Followed by Honorable Hanifa.
I want to also thank the Minister for the statement. Right Honorable Speaker, I viewed some of the video clips and I noticed something that I want the Minister to take interest in. And that is, there was one of the ladies, a soldier, that was trying to pull her colleagues away from beating people. And what came in my mind, Minister, that's why I want you to take interest, is, was there a single command or there could have been two commands or various? Because how can you have a group that is so happy to beat people and you have this other person who is pulling them away? That tells you there could have been a problem. Right Honorable Speaker, one time on the floor of Parliament here, I stated that we are sending these policemen and soldiers out there. We don't know what is in their heart. Because in their training, some of the things they are sent to do, they don't like. They know that it is not professional to be sent to do what they are being asked to do. And one day, like my sister stated, if one of them gets annoyed And that is why we also need to question whether some of them are doing it because they think they should do that, or they are doing it with the intention of actually spoiling the name of the government. You never know. Minister, you need to take interest, because some of them may be not happy and they think they should do something extreme in order to spoil the name of the government. So you need to look at all this if anything positive is supposed to come. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Anifa.
And thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his statement, and I also want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for having brought this debate on the floor. I want clarification from Honorable Minister. I want to talk about fellow members of Parliament. When you look at their charge sheets, and even others that were arrested, all the charge sheets, most of them are talking about public nuisance. But I don't know whether you took a look in the penal code about the ingredients of public nuisance. Because our MPs, I was with Honorable Nyeko in the same area, then who was grabbed, who was standing. Then they came and grabbed him. Later on the charge sheet, you wrote on the charge sheet that the offense is the public nuisance. So do you know about the ingredients of public nuisance?
Honorable Anifa, you're going into unchartered waters, sub judice, Rule 73 is already charged. Please, these are not issues we can discuss here. So
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to talk about the law that has the government forgotten about the laws of Uganda. And in this case, about these people who arrest civilians, there are procedures of arresting people. There are also procedures of arresting members of Parliament. But these people who, the masked people and the jet people, I do not know whether they are under the laws of the procedures of how people are supposed to be arrested. I want clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, let me clarify for you. And please don't get me wrong, okay? If you're a member of Parliament and you are caught right in the act, they don't need to leave you to go and then come right to the Speaker summoning you. No. Okay? So they take you from there, and then they take you, and then we start following up. Yes? No, I want you to know, please get me clearly. Because you're going to be a member of Parliament, we can also be thieves, by the way. So you go to rob someone's home, and when they come to arrest you, you say, no, you first go to the Speaker to get permission to arrest me. So there are incidences when you are taken right away. But that does not mean, yes, I'm telling you, that does not mean that I'm saying that our MPs shouldn't be arrested using the usual methods we use. I remember the Honorable Sewanyana, the Honorable Segirinya, they were sent someone through here. But where you're caught right in the act, Honorable colleagues, that won't apply. Honorable Mpuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable Mpuga, I'll go to Honorable Kaberuka. Then Shadow Attorney General. Oh, no, not Shadow Attorney. Shadow Minister for Justice? Abdara, your Shadow Minister for what? Internal Affairs. Oh, Shadow Internal Affairs is Honorable Namboze. But she has just come. So I'll give the one who has been here. The former. I know they talk together.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Internal Affairs, who has just read the statement, is one of the better schooled military officers in this land. And I'm very sure that statement was just dropped on his desk when he was rushing to come to this house. I decline to imagine that it is his statement. Somebody must have written something, he was in a hurry, and he came to read it. Otherwise, how would the General David Mohoz, that I think I know fairly, make reference to the fact that some of these victims were part of an illegal parade, and therefore their treatment seemed like an act of reprisal, revenge, and retribution, which has no space in the laws of the land. That can never be a statement from the Minister of Internal Affairs that I know. Somebody simply dropped it on his desk. Probably can explain whether the actions Kawempe were punishment in retribution, and then probably educate us on their space in the laws of the land, given some illegal military parade alluded to in the statement. But on the Speaker. Secondly, the honorable member, I forget the name, made reference to the fact that if the EC is constrained and stretched, they can actually make request for backup. May we know from the minister whether there is such a request from the Electoral Commission? And in their request, they have formally requested for JAT to support them, not any other security agency. And explain to us the nature of stress that compelled them to make that request. 3, the people involved in the videos and on the ground are all hooded. May we understand from the minister, under what circumstances would people enforcing the laws of the land be hooded and therefore hide their identity while executing a public duty? So that we can also advise citizens on their mode of hooding themselves to counter. Right, Honourable Speaker, the point I'm making is that we are running into dangerous territory where purported law enforcement is being done by people without identity, which is why you've had between police and the army each denying knowledge of the hooded individuals. So may we know whether there was a mutiny in one of the security forces, whether the military is experiencing a mutiny, and therefore some people are acting out of hand, so that we can alert the nation that there are some hoodlums at large, and therefore capable of harming the public, because they have no identity, they have no identifiable command and control, and therefore they're like a wall of on the street. Right, Honourable Speaker. Very finally, right, Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Bashisha, a very, very honourable lady, with pain, made allusion to the fact that she had that experience in her territory during the last election, and that the 3 people, the victims, were not even involved. Nobody involved or involved should ever be a victim of a civil.
Thank you. Time, Honorable Abdara Chuanuka. Then Honorable Kaberuka. Then Honorable Ndezi, Honorable Madoi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I happen to be one of the victims who were subjected to inhuman treatment on Sunday, bounded into a drone, tortured, slapped, pushed under the chairs of the drone and told not to look in front anywhere until I found myself having been dropped at Kawempe police station. This happened in the eyes of only one person whom I happen to identify, who is the DPC of Kawempe. When I reached Kawempe, I was slapped in front of the camera at the counter of police station at Kawempe. There is a camera. And I was slapped, undressed with my attire which I was putting on, which is an overall, red, and I was told that that is an army attire. And I asked him, since when is this an attire of police or an army? Right Honourable Speaker, everyone here can tell his or her own story. In my own constituency, which is Mukono North, I take it that I went through the worst election, and I was declared the last among all of you. Why? Somebody tried to use SFC, use the army, abducted, and it is in my constituency where most of those people whom you are hearing who were abducted, where they came from. And it started like that, and this is what is happening in Kawempe. Up to now, Kanata Muhammad, Sempi Jawida, who are from my constituency, they have never been traced again. Thank you, right, Mr. Speaker.
Please. You don't do that. Honorable Kaberuka, you switch on for yourself and you thank me. That's not how we work. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want for sure to thank you for allowing this debate in this House. And I also want to extend my appreciation to the Honorable Bahati on behalf of the government, and some semblance of, appreciation of the situation from the Minister of Internal Affairs. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the social media now, you find Uganda, you cannot differentiate it from Congo, where there are M23 against the Congolese, vice versa, and the people are moving. They are being held in Changwari. What is the cause of this? Dishonesty. Mr. Speaker, the minister ought to tell this House who these people that beat Ugandans are. If he is to restore hope in Ugandans, let him tell us who they are. Or if he has no time to enlist them, let's give him time to bring a list of those people who beat Wananchi. But when we continue massaging this situation, it will escalate. Because, Mr. Speaker, everybody, someone said that what is the food for the gander is the food for the goose. What's good for the gander is good for the goose. And this is not selecting opposition, it is happening to NRM as well. Some other DCs have started, some other DCs have started intimidating people, Mr. Speaker, and they are saying, we are going to come for you.
Honorable Kaberuka, how we behave here, when the microphone is off because of time, you ask for more time. You don't switch on, then you continue business as usual. Honorable Ndezi? And I saw they gave you little time, I would have added you, but because of what you've done, I'm not able. Honorable Ndezi?
Right, one Speaker. The constitutional mandate for managing elections is vested in the Electoral Commission. In the performance of its constitutional mandate, the Commission shall not be subject to the direction of any person or authority. The Commission is autonomous. The Commission is independent. Therefore, Right Speaker, we have many questions to ask the Electoral Commission. Unfortunately, the Electoral Commission is not here. We talk about police, we talk about army, but the right party to be in charge of the situation we are talking about in Kawempe is the Electoral Commission. Therefore, Right Speaker, I think at an appropriate time, we should find a mechanism for ensuring that the Electoral Commission is held accountable. If they have allowed other parties to hijack their functions, let them tell us. If they do not have the mandate to manage the elections, let them tell us. We allocate a lot of money to this commission every year. If it has failed to use the money properly, let the commission tell us. So, Right Speaker, my humble request is that we need a mechanism for ensuring that we interact with the Electoral Commission to know exactly what is going on there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Modoy, then Honorable Opendi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank this House for reviewing and discussing this subject matter. I was a returning officer. In Uganda, for many years I've been a returning officer, and I was. And I want to thank Honorable Ndezi what he said. The mandate hold elections in this country rests strictly with the Electoral Commission. Particularly so when you have a nominated candidate, that candidate becomes your official. They have the right to protect that candidate and ensure that whatever happens, happens within the law. You only request security to protect the process. All of us colleagues, we are the product of elections. You know, each one has a story. This thing has happened maybe at the time when we should review what's going to happen, how it happens. It's very true that democracy is a definition of a nation. It is a very serious program that allows each citizen to see how their leaders are elected. The same is also equally true that the leadership of a country comes about through democracy. And therefore, the constitution has to be held high. What happened in Kawempe could happen in other parts of the country. So in my opinion, and I think the Chairman Electoral Commission addressed people, I say people because he didn't address the nation. He has to come out clearly to assure the nation whether we are ready for elections or what's going to happen. We have a friend whose child was passing that direction, and she was beaten badly. And as I wind up, I want to look at the security. When I was in service, the coat of arms has to be respected at all costs. People, the goons who were beating, people were putting on, they had our flag. There is no way, I think, in my view, we have to be very frank and look at this issue squarely and address it. Honorable Minister, the idea of thanking you that you went and consoled the patient, it should have been Electoral Commission. Because those are the in charge of this product. I want to thank you again, and the colleague, let's not lose hope. I think this is the time to review of how we are going to proceed. Thank you.
Honorable Pendi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you for giving time to this particular subject that has been disturbing my head, Right Honorable Speaker, since I watched the news that a prospective member of parliament can come from nomination and is pulled off a motorbike, thrown onto the ground. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a history as a country. We cannot afford to see this happening in the NRM government, where we all rejoiced and thanked the president for liberating this country. Who are these officers? When I heard the police, the spokesperson for Honorable, former Felix Kulaije, speaking and saying they don't know these people. Now, how can people have guns, have sticks, beat up Ugandans, and nobody is arresting them? And they continued with this even the next day. I have raised the issue of officers covering their faces. If you are not criminals, why are you covering your faces? Why don't you want to be seen by the Ugandans? Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request, we moved away from the governments that were not democratic. Our constitution obligates the state to ensure free participation by all Ugandans. They are free to participate in politics and elect the person that they want. If that is not the way we want to go, can we scrap off these elections, Right Honorable Speaker? Can we go back to the movement to no party state, and we stand on individual merit? Because the parties are now, we are getting divided around parties. If political parties are an issue, Right Honorable Speaker, we are requesting for constitution amendments. Can we have constitution amendments here before we go into elections? We are silent, and yet the days are drawing closer. Can we discuss these matters?
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I appreciate the cross-partisan views of members. They actually feed into the government's desire to have a peaceful electoral process. The practical solutions we seek are fed by the processes, the roles, and the balance of rights and duties that you have talked about. So I think it's good to have this engagement, but follow up with it with a more concrete engagement between security, but also the EC, around the EC, and all the players to talk about and find solutions to these issues. Every citizen has a life that is sanctified, so I want to disagree with my colleague, Honorable Joyce. It's not just journalists, but also everyone, whether a journalist or not, should be treated fairly before the law. So I want to allay your fears. There is no bubble, but in the unlikely event that it is there, the pressure points are being pricked by this discussion, and we shall together find a solution. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members.
Now, Honourable colleagues, I want to urge the parties, okay, to use your platforms which you have outside this House, provided for under the Constitution, from iPod to all other parties, to engage on these matters, so that you engage with the principles. Because what was in Kawempe is really undesirable. It's undesirable. It's totally, I don't know how someone can be provoked to track someone off a border, someone who is from being nominated. Me, in fact, I said maybe this candidate is being campaigned for. I said indirectly, you know, but it's very, very bad. It's what was there is very, very bad. So I urge you, please follow up on that. Next item.
Item 3, statement by Minister on the occasion of commemoration of the International Women's Day.
Honourable Minister for Gender. Honourable colleagues, Rule 52, Sub-Rule 2, time is gone. I'm not allowed to go beyond 1 hour on an item, and that time is gone. So I can't open up that issue again. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I have the statement, which is 41 pages. It's uploaded. Yes, I wanted to give you a comprehensive statement. So I am going to give highlights. But to note that if you want statistics, if you want details, if you want accountability for all the programs broadly of government on women, they are contained and uploaded, but I will give synopsis and summary. Right Honourable Speaker and members, in 1975, the UN declared International Women's Year and recognized March 8th as International Women's Day, and all member states celebrate as a global day. This year's celebration is anchored around the priority areas of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. The national celebration shall be in Chankwanzi. Right Honourable, I want to allow members to read page 2, but to state that the theme is accelerate action for gender equality. I will go to page 3, which deals with progress made so far by government. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, under 4.1, I want to deal with legal and policy framework that government has consistently ensured that gender equality and empowerment of women is prioritized, and significant strides in promoting gender equality has been made. On page 4, I want to articulate that Uganda is a signatory to international and regional instruments on gender equality and women's empowerment, including Convention on Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, which is now 30 years this year, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the SDG goals, the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of women in Africa, which is called Maputo Protocol, the gender policy, the IGAD development framework.
Honourable Minister, every year you've always told us that.
Yes.
If we could go to what you've achieved and the theme and what you want us to, something new that we don't recycle.
Right, Honourable. Let me allow members to read the laws that have been put in place, which is articulated on page 4, page 5, up to page 6. We deal with the laws. Part of page 6, we deal with the policies that have been put in place. And on page 6, we also deal with the institutional framework that is in place for promoting gender equality and empowerment of women, all the mechanism in all the ministries, the MDS, which takes us from page 6, 7, page 8, the National Women Council, the Equal Opportunities Commission, page 9, you have all the institutional framework, page 10, you also have part of the institutional framework, which recognizes Parliament as well, and the ministries and MDS and what each one of is doing is page 10 to 13. You will look at what each ministry has done to establish gender desk. Page 13, we deal with the frameworks in supporting women's representation in public affairs. And let me just give this data and statistics. The government upheld affirmative provision in the Constitution and the laws which provide quota. And that's why most women members of Parliament, and I'm glad that this Parliament integrated it in the election of members of Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, the East African Legislative Assembly, and other bodies. And the statistics currently is that in cabinet, senior cabinet ministers who are female constitute 44%, compared to 36% in 2016. So we have made progress. Ministers of state, there are 50 of them, out of which 23 are women, constituting 46%. And we can note that for permanent secretaries, out of the permanent secretaries, we have 17 women permanent secretaries out of 34. 15 CEOs of commissions, there are 39, 14 are women. There are 37 ambassadors who are women. In the 11th Parliament, 175 female members of Parliament, 175, 146 of whom came under affirmative action as district women MPs. The percentage of women in Parliament stands at 34%. This one we have sort of regressed because in the last Parliament we were 35%. And surprisingly, at local government level, in those leadership, women constitute 45.7% of the elected leaders at local government level. Right Honourable, I will leave members to look at the achievement under social sector, education, health, which is articulated from page 14 to 22. Water and environment, technology and engineering, and all those social sector, you will get the data and statistics. On page 23, we deal with women's access to land and property, which is one of the key areas that is very instrumental in economic empowerment of women. We tell you the programs under Ministry of Lands how it has supported women, and the Land Amendment Act, you will be able to read. On page 24, we deal with legal frameworks for dispute resolution and social protection. On page 25, we deal with measures being taken to reduce gender digital divide. Page 26, we deal with legal frameworks and programs for economic empowerment of women. We tell you the banks and the banking products and financial products that are supporting women. And I think for this, I want to congratulate specific banks that have initiated women's products with a very low interest rate. Centenary Bank is implementing Cente Super Women. It's a financial product that is offering business loans to enable women grow their businesses. DFCU is operating also a women's program for empowerment of women. Finance Trust Bank, and from 27 we deal with programs under government, the Joint Youth Livelihood Program, Uganda Women's Entrepreneurship Program. The statistics of achievement is in there. The Parish Development Model, the Presidential Initiative on Wealth and Job Creation and EMIOGA, the GROW, the Agricultural Credit Facility, the Climate Resilient Livelihood Opportunities for Women Economic Empowerment, the NSSFI Innovator Program, the Deliver Women's Economic Resilience Through Enterprise and Market System Dreams Program, the Reduction and Reducing Burden of Unpaid Care and Domestic Work for Women. Right Honorable and members, page 31, we deal with women's access to justice, which is very vital. We now have administration of judiciary and partnership to profile gender-based violence cases. We have a partnership with Office of Director of Public Prosecution that profile and fast-track all the cases related to gender-based violence, and also putting in place the witness protection for women to testify in camera. Page 33, we deal with employment and labor participation, and that takes us up to page 35. And page 35, we deal with the issue of prevention and response to gender-based violence. We articulate the statistics and what we've done. So that enumerates the key achievements. On page 36, we deal with the challenges, the persistent poverty, persistent discriminatory and negative social norms and practices against women, resource constraints, data gaps. And 6.0, page 36, we articulate the priorities for women's empowerment for the next 5 years, 2026-2030. And you can look at it on page 37, improving women's livelihood, economic empowerment, access to social services, strengthening governance and accountability for gender equality, mindset change for gender empowerment and women, elimination of gender-based violence, promoting women's participation in public life and decision-making, strengthening women peace and security, reducing gender digital divide, and others. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 38, we note that the chief guest for this year's Women's Day is His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda. And we invite you to attend the celebration. And the venue, I wish to notify you that the venue is in Bukwiri Church of Uganda Primary School, Chankwanzi District, Butemba Town Council. Preparation, we tell you the preparation under 9.0, page 38 and page 39. Right Honorable, conclusion. Honorable colleagues, I wish to inform you and honorable members that you are all invited to join us in Chankwanzi to celebrate International Women's Day on 8th March 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadow Minister for Gender. Is she around? Oh, yes. Neighbor Esther.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Bet Ethonalima, Shadow Minister for Local Governments. I'm standing in for Honorable Fortunate Rose Natongo, who is the Shadow Minister for Gender. She's officially having other parliamentary work. Thank you so much. Getting back, Right Honorable Speaker, as we also respond over the matters the colleague minister has raised, we are looking at the different frameworks she has raised, and we see that despite the fact that we've put in place and we've really put signatories to several of these legal policies and legal frameworks, the CEDAW, the Beijing Declaration, we have Maputo Protocol, and many others, even just the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, talk about the Bill of Rights, the women's rights. What has been discussed here is evidence to what is being done to women. We are seeing political violence to the women of Uganda. We see how women are being treated when we are administering different laws, but ignoring entirely the legal frameworks we have. It's evidenced. Women in this country, they were stepped, they were backed, they were tear gassed. These women were battered, and more so, they were not women police officers. We still now wonder, as the gender ministry come in to now advocate for a fair way of handling women in this country. When we get to part 4.4.2, we are seeing the women and girls' health being handled. We still have a challenge, the menstrual health of girls and young women in this country. Have we really thought about of how best we can subsidize sanitary wear such that we don't continue losing that 22% of school-going children due to matters of menstrual health? And now this will come to the fact that as we are planning to handle the budget as Parliament of Uganda, could we plan and think of how best we can subsidize sanitary wear, how we can put off or give very little taxes, so that a sanitary pad, instead of it going for 5,000, let's have pads that are for 1,500, something affordable, so that if that girl out there is able to be in position to go for school, but comfortably as she goes through her days. We are also looking at the Market Act, which you've also cited here. The Market Act, we are privileged that at least I was among the few who are in the Committee of Public Service and Local Government. Now, have you gone further to see that we have those regulations placed? Because much as Parliament put in place the Market Act, we don't see the regulations coming in. We don't see that commitment of having the minimum wage to our workers out there who are not able to have that good salary and to have a minimum basic wage considered. So we ask that you really have that in place. And also, could we consider the fact that several of women decide where I stand? We discussed last time celebrating Women's Days and having the comfort to choose our guest of honors on the Women's Days. The National has been organized. We are glad that it's in place. But as we represent our people, there are several issues and there are several dynamics of the country whereby the guest of honor of my choice will not be the guest of honor. As far as that RDC will want that guest to be, will not be as that DPC would wish that guest of honor. Could you think of Women's Days celebrations, and the other parties are also free to choose their own. Also the interference of women activities. We are in the political party dispensation. If the opposition or any other party, even the civic space, the SCOs are also complaining the same. When they put up an action and a certain activity, can we see you, the ministry, helping in such that as long as it's a women's activity, it is given due space and you aided such that continuously we can see a fair ground, a fair women's celebration across all angles. As I finish, we have brought all these times and we have talked as a country, and there are several economic programs that are aiding the women to come up. As the ministry sat down and highlighted the gaps, those very encumbrances that are continuously in place, and to this day, much as we have GROW, much as we have PDM, much as we have many other socioeconomic programs, have we taken enough time to find out where are the encumbrances? How comes women of Uganda are still poor? Is it fair distribution? Is it because the quotas are not realized? So we want to appreciate you, and we are praying, let's critically look at these issues, but more so stand up. We expect the Ministry of Gender to stand up and condemn all the discrimination going on. We expect it to come and see women's rights being not observed at all in the ongoing campaigns, and if it predicts what women will go through in the upcoming. As we talk...
Thank you. Thank you. Uwopa has assigned the usually shadow minister, then I got Uwopa, and I'm told the vice chair Uwopa. Honorable. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the report and also the shadow representative for the issues that have been raised. First of all, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to go back on the issue of the freedom of association. That is very fundamental, enshrined in our Constitution, in the Bill of Rights. Right Honorable Speaker, every woman is entitled to the right to associate in any way they want. Today you find that women in the opposition cannot even come out to speak or wear the colors of their parties. Right, Honorable Minister, you're in charge of the women, the women's docket, the ministry. You need to come out and speak about this. We have seen brutality. These men in uniform who are supposed to serve our country, they are beating women. You need to come out and stand and speak about this. I represent all women on WOPA, so even if it happened to someone in any other political divide, I'll come out and speak. We need to protect women. We need to see women associate wherever they want to be. Right Honorable Speaker, we have women in prisons. Our women do not access sanitary pads, sanitary towels. I have met several who say that when I'm imprisoned, I'm in my periods, until I get to reach my family, that's when I'll be able to access sanitary towels. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Gender needs to visit these prisons and make sure that women can access anything they need, because you have no control over that. We need to see that women can access sanitary towels in the prisons. And also, Right Honorable Speaker, we have so many women who are in those safe houses. Women are different, Right Honorable Speaker. If someone is put in a safe house for more than 48 hours, a woman, without clean, safe
bathrooms, washrooms. What do you expect a woman to go through? We need to hear the ministry speak about this. You're going to celebrate the International Women's Day, but there are trailblazers. There are women who started this journey. If they were here, they would speak about these issues. The issues that affect a woman. We don't have to talk about only economic empowerment, elective positions. We need to speak about those issues that affect a...
Thank you. Faith Kunhira, then Kumi, then Marisa.
Thank you so much.
Any man who is not a member of WOPA today, it's, you'll be in trouble. I won't pick you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the statement and for letting us know about the celebrations that are about to happen in Chankwanzi. Right Honorable Speaker, sometime back last year, the Minister invited us as members of Parliament to a hotel to speak about the GROW project. And we were so much involved at the beginning and at the inception of the project. But at the moment, I do not know any woman from my district that has benefited from this famous GROW project that I participated in at the beginning of the project. Right Honorable Speaker, when we attend these workshops, we go back to our constituencies and tell the women that there's an opportunity that is coming and is going to benefit you as women. It is sad that our women are applying for the GROW project in the bank, and the bank will tell them to wait. Some of them have waited forever and have completely not benefited from the GROW project as a whole. I want the Minister to really give us a clear statement of what is happening to the GROW project, who is benefiting from the GROW project, and who is getting this money from the GROW project if it is not our rural women who are very, very enterprising. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity, and thanks to the Minister for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, like the Minister made a statement last year, she made a statement on the funding that had been sent to districts to support district celebrations. I expected details of the same in this year's statement. Could the Minister update the women of Uganda whether government is supporting as it did last year? Number two, Right Honorable, it is also very important that the Minister writes to all districts so that all districts are able to update this country on how women of Uganda are really fighting poverty and improving on their household incomes following the various government programs across the country. Right Honorable Speaker, the districts are now looking at Women's Day celebrations as a celebration for the women members of Parliament. And yet this is a national celebration. Could we implore the districts to take lead as the women MPs go and support? Many times they say there is no local revenue, because this is quite important. As I speak now, there is nothing clear about Women's Day celebration for Kumi district. And I want the Minister to support us in that area so that other districts don't miss out. Thank you very much.
Honorable Medisa, then Honorable Chen Dokan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues to thank the Minister for the statement as I join the rest of Ugandans to celebrate Women's Day on the 8th. Right Honorable Speaker, we are celebrating the acts of courage and determination of our ordinary women. I come from a district, that is Yumbe district, which holds a predominant population of Muslims, and women have embraced government programs, but they still have barriers, especially when it comes to access to some of the microfinance benefits that the government puts in place. My colleague talked about GROW. Women say that some of the collaterals or some of the terms that you present to them are not benefiting them. For example, rural women in our cultural setup don't really own land. And you have put land as one of the conditions for them to access money that can enable them to do some appropriate small businesses. That is really their cry, that if you can review some of those terms and conditions that can benefit them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Chen Douglas.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for the statement. However, just like my colleagues are already raising, there are critical areas. Women's Day, when we hear about this as part of the women, we spend so much to organize Women's Day. I would like a confirmation the day is just around the corner. Honorable Minister, the 3 million, the money that is supposed to be received by the different districts, is it already there as the day has already arrived? We want that confirmation. We spend so much to transport women from different sub-counties to the venue. We spend to organize in various ways. Some women MPs are spending up to over 30 million. We want this confirmation, Honorable Minister. Secondly, Honorable Minister, the statement you've provided is very informative and it's really good, and I know as a country we've made very great strides in gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. But we know that during the period of COVID-19, as a country, Uganda was hit by high rates of teenage pregnancies. So many girls dropped out of school. What are we doing as a country? Even when you look at higher education students financing scheme, very few girls are benefiting. What are we doing to support the girls who dropped out of school to ensure that they can also benefit from the programs that government is having, besides the GROW program, which in Electoral, I don't know anybody who has benefited from the GROW program. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sir Maureen, Honorable Flavia Rabuhoro.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues in commemorating the International Women's Day. My question would be, Honorable Minister, how much do we normally spend for organizing this event annually? And does the ministry do a review to know if impactful, or if this day you're organizing for women impacts the lives of the local or the rural women down there? Because in most cases, we just celebrate Women's Day for the sake of celebration without knowing the impact. And then secondly, the other day we had Women's Parliament here. The women were recommending PDM, where they've been benefiting so well. However, GROW has been a problem across the entire country. May we therefore request you to bring for us, to lay for us on the floor of Parliament, at least, Right Honorable Speaker, through you, that the minister comes here with a list, district by district, city by city, to know how many women are benefiting from the GROW project. Or is the GROW project for the rich? Right Honorable Speaker, lastly, the ministry, I request you, there are laws that you need to popularize, like the Succession Act, where women do not know that they have right to inheritance of land. I think some of these policies and laws in place, you must come as ministry boldly to inform the women down there that indeed, as you go for some of the loans in those banks, you can have the right to inheritance of land. It's not true that it's only men who have right to inheritance. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Flavia Rob-Horo. Honorable Pascal Menya.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to wish the women of this country and the whole citizenry a happy Women's Day. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my minister for the elaborate statement. But the need to accelerate action requires us to swiftly and decisively have steps to achieve the gender agenda. Right Honorable Speaker, with the right actions and intentional support, we shall make appropriate progress. The amount of child parents we are registering every day, even after COVID-19, is alarming. Right Honorable Speaker, if we have to speak about the actions, I think we need now a legislation on a child rights approach to reintegration assistance to the child parents to facilitate re-entry into school. This should be employing a comprehensive child protection and welfare system in order for them to actualize their right to basic education and ensure proper care for their children. Right Honorable Speaker, the more we delay the policy and the legislation to reintegrate child parents, because I know there are even child parents among boys, let's have a policy and a legislation to cause a re-entry, which I know should be a process. But let us be deliberate and intentional. And so I would like to implore the ministry to develop a policy and later a legislation for reintegration of the child parents back into the school programs. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pascal Menya, Honorable Stella Tiang.
Thank you, Right
Honorable
Honorable Speaker.
Nakakang.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the report. And I want to go straight, Right Honorable Speaker, on the matter concerning girl child. Right Honorable Speaker, we've received reports showing that there's a lot of school dropouts on girl child. And among the factors that are making these children of ours leave school is the issue of sanitary pads. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to recollect from the submission of the Honorable colleague on the support to the sanitary pads. We have senior women teachers in every school. Let's see a way of supporting these leaders in school so that they can help our young child when they are going to start their menstruation period. Right Honorable Speaker, we also ask government, let's try every effort it takes to reduce tax on pads so that our young generation do not be exposed to such risk that will make them leave school. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to go on the issue of GROW. Right Honorable Speaker, GROW project in my district, people are considering to be for the rich. The people per day went and registered and opened bank accounts in awaiting for GROW projects. But with disappointment, Right Honorable Speaker, they were not able to get this money because of the terms, the collateral which are required from them that they cannot afford. May we ask government, we pray that you adjust on the collateral so that the local woman that we so want to bring and step up to come out and benefit from this project. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Stella Tiang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me. I want to thank the Minister for the statement given in preparation for the celebration of Women's Day. Right Honorable Speaker, there is an increasing number of cases of child marriages and defilement. And these children, in spite of these children knowing of the referral pathway, like when they're defiled, cases are reported to police. But when these cases are referred to police, there is a tendency of police asking for facilitation in terms of fuel to help them go and track the perpetrators. But unfortunately, these are children of incapable Ugandans who are unable to afford these monies. So they end up keeping the girls for a short time, and because they cannot keep them for long, they release them back to the community. And hence these perpetrators again come back and take advantage of the desperation of these children. I want to urge government to actually facilitate the police to be able to do their work in terms of tracing these perpetrators and bringing them to book so that we are able to curb down this kind of cases of defiling our children. The other one is about GROW. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the last financial audit report, the reason as why women did not access GROW funds, even after being directed to go to the respective banks to get these funds, the banks will tell them the money is done, It's just because the Ministry of Finance was not able to release this money in time. Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to urge the Minister in charge to always work on it.
Thank you. Honourable Juliet Kakande.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I also thank the Minister for the report. Right Honourable Speaker, the annual reports from the Ministry normally indicate the background of the International Women's Day. Previously, I've managed to participate in different Women's Day celebrations nationally, but when you happen to go there, normally the speeches, the entertainment, and whatever, the information that is always being given out tends to narrow the day as if it's a day to mobilize women to support the movement NRM. Yet it has a broad picture. So my request is through you, Right Honourable Speaker, to the Minister, that this is the day when we should sensitize women, more especially in the local areas, to change their mindset toward, to be positive towards the reasons as to why this day was being initiated. Another thing, Right Honourable Speaker, various members of Parliament have talked about the 3 million that we've been given, but we see that in Uganda always there is inflation. You see, some members have been frustrated that we may not even get that amount, yet we expect it to have increased maybe to 5 or 10. So, Honourable Minister, through Right Honourable Speaker, we pray that the amount of money given to districts should be increased. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Stella Isodo. Nakayinza.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to appreciate the Honourable Minister for the statement, but I also want to implore the Minister, as you write to the districts about the 3 million, about the celebration of Women's Day, you remind them that Uganda is under a multi-party dispensation. In those districts we have opposition women MPs who also need to celebrate with their women. Ngora district has never celebrated the Women's Day. I hope this time we shall also celebrate, and I request the Minister to write to the RDCs who are blocking us. Secondly, the GROW project. Honourable Minister, the GROW project, we have been meeting. I think we need another meeting to review. The conditions in the project do not allow the rural woman to be able to get this loan. I was looking at the report the other day from the Ministry of Gender, and so far only 87 districts out of 146 have benefited, and Ngora is not one of them. This is because the loan has stringent conditions of a minimum of 4 million. They want a land title. You remember, Honourable Minister, we had a meeting and one of the women in Kumi got a land title from her husband to get a loan for stationery, just stationery business. And yet you know we sell mukene, we sell tomatoes. So why don't we meet to review this project to benefit the rural woman, the local woman? I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honourable Nakayinza, Honourable Nabagereka.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to add my voice to thank the Minister for the statement. However, I only have a few questions to the Minister. Right Honourable Speaker, through you, could the Minister, it's very good, she has given us very good statistics, especially on women leaders and their percentages. Have you got any statistics on child workers, on child mothers, and women facing violence, especially from the police? Do you have those statistics? I happen to have also been a victim of violence by police, and many other women has any moment being there for the ministry to condemn such acts, or they just watch and see women being brutalized. We need to see a statement, at least, from the women, to see that they're standing with the women. I also want to find out if there are any statistics on how many rural women have benefited from the GROW project. Like it has been ably said by many of the members here that land ownership is part of the requirement. Do you have statistics on how many women have land or have access to land? Because, like it has been expressed by many, women, according to culture, have been suppressed.
Thank you. Honorable Flavia Navagerika. Then Honorable Chirabo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to appreciate...
Be cautious when you're interrupting women this week.
Yes.
Honorable Flavia Karure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
And moreover, we are in Lent period, so I don't know.
I want to appreciate the Minister for the statement she has made. I think it's important as a country to take stock of what we have gained, but also be able to pave a way forward for what needs to be done. And right now, we still have a backlash on some of the aspects or key pillars in the Beijing Platform for Action report that we need to take note of. For example, Pillar 4, Pillar 9, violence against women, especially violence against women in elections. Right, Honorable Speaker, the cost of violence against women in Uganda currently is 15% to the GDP of the country. About 18% of women that have ever experienced violence usually result into suicides. This means that we have to do something about the violence against women. When it comes to violence against women in elections and politics, tagging it to the Pillar 4 of women's participation in politics, and tagging it to the human rights pillar of human rights of women. We are looking at, currently I have 5 women that are currently in prison, but 5 women that were battered under the National Unity Platform and did not get any treatment, but were sent to Luzira prison, remanded without any treatments. Honorable Helen Namkwaya is a Machinde councillor. She was battered during her participation in the Kawempe by-election. Honor Nanzara Zaitun, her head was broken here. That's the woman you saw, a fish seller in the market. But because she was exercising her right to participating in politics, she has now ended up in a hospital bed. Nabosa Prosi was battered at the back. We saw the woman who had all those...
Yeah, now instead of debating, you're giving risks. No. You would give an example or two, then you debate.
Thank you very much.
Just conclude
so all these people, including Swabra Owomuksa, who was violated. No, those are the women. No, it's important, Honorable Speaker, that we put names to these people, because when we just talk about numbers, sometimes we forget who these people are. I'd want us to adjust as a country to, first of all, contribute to financing gender-based violence, because the cost of GBV and violence against women is high on a country.
Thank you, Honorable Chirabo.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. I also want to thank the Minister for that statement. But Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want you to believe with me that such days generate and attract debates, like a number of debates. So many members rise up to comment and comment. Days like Youth Days, Women's Day, to the extent that the Parliament conducts a Youth Parliament. This week on Monday, we had Women's Parliament. My question to the Minister, where do these resolutions go? The resolutions we get from the Youth Parliament and the Women's Parliament. And also ask you, Right Honorable, the Speaker to at least spare a day for us, women and youth members of parliament, to come and discuss this resolution so that we pave a way forward for what comes out from those parliaments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. Chiboga. Oyam too. Okay. Then,
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Then Honorable Christie.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
No, Honorable colleagues, number one, any colleague who had already spoken on the previous matter, I'm not giving them an opportunity on this, so that I can give others a chance. And most of them know how I work. They can be different subjects, but for purposes of giving everyone a chance, we do that, okay? And now it's coming 4 p.m., which is PM time, so let's hurry. The Prime Minister takes over our time.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to state it that we are celebrating our Women's Day here, some of us, because us, especially women on opposition, are not given right and liberty to celebrate these days back home. So I am happy I am celebrating the Women's Day here, a place where we are equally treated, because when you look at the arrangement of the celebration, really, I don't know how politically it is balanced, how religious it is balanced, and so you find that the day has become one political party women's celebration. I need the minister to come into this and try to ensure that all of us women of the different shades enjoy our day because we are women. Right Honorable Speaker, right now, most of us are asked by our children whether we are terrorists or not. We needed the minister to come out clearly and confirm to the public and the general country and globe that women on opposition are not terrorists, but they are on the opposition and we are in a political party dispensation. Right Honorable Speaker, I was in the hospital on Monday with the WASH Forum in Chiboga, and the medical people told us that the mama kits were out of the medical supplies. Right Honorable Speaker, they are mandatory items that we need as women. I don't know why condoms are everywhere, and items like sanitary pads, items like mama kits, miss in the supplies. We cannot run away. We cannot run away from these reproductive items. Right Honorable Speaker.
Colleagues, let's have order. Let's have order. The member knows condoms benefit both sides. Okay. They are multi-purpose.
Right Honorable Speaker, I still engaged with the senior women teachers about the provision of pads to our children. And they told us that we only give pads as emergency on the first day. A girl who was given an emergency pad yesterday cannot return for the next day. Yet we are aware there are more than 4 days for the action. So why should pads be emergency given? So, Right Honorable Speaker, as women, we are...
Thank you. Dr. Apio.
Thank you very much.
Then Dr. Christie.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to very much thank the Minister for her statement and acknowledge that we have come a long way in terms of policy and legal reforms. The reason I'm here on a directly elected ticket, albeit with a lot of challenges, because the ground is not yet leveled for everyone. And that means that, to me, it doesn't do us any good as a country to start arguing about the affirmative seat, doing away with the affirmative seat that has a number of us in the House and also at the lower levels of local government. But Right Honorable Speaker, today my main concern is the poorly resourced extension service for social protection at the grassroots. And I will draw the example of my district. Honorable Minister, for a district of nearly 600,000 people, which you rightly resourced to have at the sub-county level a community development officer. At least I know that in all of my 9 sub-counties and 7 sub-counties and 2 town councils, I have a community development officer. But none of them has been resourced to reach out to the grassroots. We do not have a single motorcycle, not even at the district level. At the district level, we have, I think, only 1 motorcycle that was given 3 years ago, which is limping at the moment, and no vehicle at all. And so when we talk about accelerating, you know, action for women, for equality, you know, it beats my understanding when we do not have the means, you know, to preach the gospel to the grassroots. But also,
thank you. Honorable Santa.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable, for giving me this chance. I join my colleagues in thanking the Honorable Minister for coming up with a very detailed statement. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we have very beautiful laws as a country, but the challenge comes in the implementation. We have parish development model targeting women. We have women's fund. We have GROW. But when you go down deep to the villages, Right Honorable Speaker, the women are crying. The monies are not reaching them. Secondly, Honorable Minister, last time you made us smile so widely. This time, is there the 3 million for the celebration, just like we are seeing in the national function? Because as the women members of Parliament, this burden is resting on our shoulder. 2, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice on who becomes the guest of honor on the Women's Day celebration. Particularly in my district, I don't have a problem. But I feel so much concern when I see colleagues, women MPs, being beaten on their day when they are supposed to be happy. Honorable Minister, what do you have in place to protect the women members of Parliament to enjoy and become the guests on their day? Then finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about a strong action in relation to the theme economic empowerment, accelerating. We have a very serious burden, and more especially the social barrier. Honorable Minister, much as we are talking about very good laws, very good programs, but we have a problem with the social barriers, Mr. Speaker, where the women are normally having a big obstacle in accessing money. When you talk it money in the banks, we have women not owning land. So, right.
Thank you, Dr. Christine.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Right Honorable Minister for your statement. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is about the increasing numbers of maternal mortalities in Uganda. You find that we are promised that every sub-county must have a health center for, but in OK 3, although health center 3s were now elevated to health center 4, whereby we are expecting each health center 4 to be having medical. Okay, I sit on a health committee and I know what I'm talking about. The health center 3s were elevated to health center 4.
Honorable colleague, please. Some of these statements you need to be very cautious, okay? Only health center 2s were elevated, okay? That didn't mean health center 3 is being elevated too.
Okay. Health center 3s are supposed to be having a medical officer today. Okay, that's the statement I can state today. And yeah, I sit on the health committee. And you are finishing my time. They are supposed to be having a medical officer as an in charge. But we are having increased numbers of maternal mortalities today. And the health center 3s are few, more especially in my area. I have very few health center 3s, and we don't have medical officers, we don't have theaters, and the maternal mortalities are becoming so high. We have only 1 ambulance. The roads, we have poor road infrastructures, and the buildings are in a poor state. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I just request you that in Mukomansim district, you help us reduce the numbers of maternal mortalities by giving us at least 4 ambulances in our district. And also to work on our health center 3. We have biggest health center 3. It is in poor state.
Thank you. Honorable Christine, Honorable Wichjen.
Thank you, Right Honorable
I'll
Speaker.
conclude with Honorable Zumra.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am just here to add on the voice of my colleagues. I'm here to add on the voice of my colleagues. I'm also here to urge the government to at least try its level best to remove any collateral from the women. In my district there, very many women have applied for GROW, but you find that only one woman can qualify for GROW. Majority are very poor, and yet they are the ones who hold most of the family responsibilities. Secondly, I want to pray and I want to ask my friends, colleagues, during our celebration, let's take our time to educate our girls. Very many are still getting pregnant at early ages, and very many are getting married when they're young. I pray that on that day, let's take our time to teach them. Very many look at us like role models. If we talk to them, they can listen to us. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christine Nakero.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. Me, I'm going to talk about justice for women. The Honorable Minister, you talked about justice for women, but I'm going to stroke the embarrassment for women. The Right Honorable Speaker, most women are being embarrassed in supermarkets. As if supermarkets in the markets also in public places. If you go to jails, you find even both women and men being taken to jail, as if the women are the only ones stealing in public. It has become a culture. When a woman is caught, they undress the woman. I've seen the woman being undressed, and the fun of beating the central government of women. I've never seen a man being beaten after stealing. I've never seen a man being undressed in public. Honorable Minister for Gender, what are we doing for our women? Much as we are advocating, we are going to celebrate Women's Day. It is really appalling. Women, once they are caught even being a suspect, someone is a suspect, they undress the women. They are dressed naked. I've seen the women. I'm not going to mention their names. Honorable Minister, please, Right Honorable Speaker, I need protection.
Honorable, you are centrally protected.
Thank you. The Right Honorable Speaker, women, we are advocating for economic empowerment, but embarrassment being caused on women, especially the rural women. Once if somebody is a suspect, they undress the person, they remove everything, the knickers, and they are beating the central government. And yet, I don't know which law. Why don't we on that day?
Thank you. Thank you. No, Honorable, no, Honorable colleagues, once someone is caught in such an act, even the local government shouldn't be beaten. No, you know, no government should be beaten. So Honorable Zumra, and then I'll call Honorable Kisa to represent men.
Yeah,
Honorable Zumra.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me join the rest of my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister for Gender for the beautiful and nice report that she has tabled today in commemorating the Women's Day in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me encourage the men in this house to also go out there and encourage the men in the villages to start taking their responsibilities as being the man in the house. Most of the women in this county are dying quietly. Men have left responsibilities that they are supposed to take in the hands of women. Women are taking responsibilities of men. Men have become donors of children to women. When the child comes out, the responsibility is being left to the woman. So I am encouraging you, the men in this house, go out there and teach your men out there to be in position to take their responsibilities, one, of paying school fees. 2, we need a roof on a woman and the children. 3, we need home for these women and the children. 4, you need to dress up your women so that they will also look nice, like the young girls that you are admiring outside there. Stop going for those women out. Please try.
Thank you.
Try to empower your woman in your house so that she can remain admirable to you as your wife and a woman in your house and as the mother of your children. I thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and my beautiful minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Officer, come and speak for men. We are on the spot. Switch on.
Well, thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, and particularly for giving me the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, I have 2 issues. And one is a clarification I want to get from the Minister of Gender. Gender, by definition, is male and female. The Ministry of Gender, when they are planning and emphasizing issues, they talk about women, youth, and children. And the men, we are not mentioned anywhere. Now when the honorable colleagues come here, they say women have taken over responsibility and then men are not doing their work. Where are we as men in the Ministry of Gender? And then they talk about beating the central government. Where is the local government in this issue? This is a very serious matter. So the Minister for Gender, I want to see clarification from you. Where are you planning for men in your ministry? Because you're always about women, youth, and children. Number 2, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister gave statistics about the numbers being empowered, especially the women. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a teacher, and I've observed this very seriously. The number of women, maybe I say girls, becoming child mothers in this country is escalating, especially in rural areas. And the ministers talked about the number of women in...
Conclude, since you're talking for the local government. Let's conclude.
The minister has given statistics, members of parliament, women. Now, in rural areas, there are many children, child mothers, who are not going back to school, right from COVID time. I wanted to get clarification from the Minister of Gender. Which program do you have to empower child mothers, who are many in the rural areas and even in towns? Which program? Number 2, can you give us the statistics about the child mothers who have dropped out of school because of teenage pregnancy from that time of COVID up to now, and how best are you also empowering them? Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. And you don't need to go to each and every question. We are late for Prime Minister's time, so let's use around 3 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable and Honourable Members. I want to...
Just start with the issue of the local government, and then the rest will... Where are men in your planning?
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to note and thank all the members, because most of the issues are input into the papers. There are proposals that we will take on, and I pledge that we will take on most of the issues raised. I wanted to start with the GROW, but since you said I start with local government, let me state that the ministry plans for everybody. Gender is women, men, girls, and boys. It is how we should plan and ensure that those who are vulnerable of the women and men, girls and boys, are pulled to reach to the level of the other gender. So when you hear we are talking so much about women and girls, it means in our data, the male gender is proportionately better than the female gender. So all the, yes, so all the program is first to lift those that are not, those who are disempowered should first come to your level, and then we now plan when we are together. And my data, when you look at my data, just in this parliament alone, we are only 34%. So if I come here as a minister for gender, and I say I want affirmative action, I cannot say I want affirmative action for male, who are 76% in this house. I have to plan for the 34 to move to 50%, and then I say, okay, let's now plan for both gender. So that is why the local governments are still supposed to be planned for and localized, while the central government is pulled up. And once we are together, then we can now see how to centralize both local government and central government. Right Honorable and members, let me first talk about GROW. It is true that GROW was designed to pull women who already have businesses, small and medium businesses. That's why the amount of money to be borrowed starts from 4 million. Now, most of you, the women who are contacting you, are women who would literally want even to be lent 200, 500, 1 million. And so when we were justifying this program, Ministry of Finance conditioned us that since PDM is already giving 1 million per person and women already had 30% reserved, we should not design the program around startup, because PDM is there, Uganda Women's Entrepreneurship Program is there, and many other program for startup. So that's why we design it as a successor program for growing businesses. However, we have realized that because the program is so popular, many women who are even wanting startup want this money. We have discussed in cabinet and discussed with the bank, and they have indicated that under the bank, the World Bank system, we cannot review now. We can only review during midterm. So we are designing a proposal and justification for, let me finish GROW, then I get the clarification.
Honourable Minister, you don't have that luxury of clarification?
So,
you are concluding.
So during midterm review, we can look at some of the proposal you're bringing. On collateral, we have also realized that many women do not have collateral, and so we are going to bring on board cooperatives and microfinance institutions, because they have convinced us that they have already been lending without stringent collateral. We know by April we will have the list of SACCO, and we have already profiled areas that are not getting much of the money. And maybe just for clarity and data and statistics, Right Honorable, unless maybe you ask me to bring data later, but when we realized that most of the money had been absorbed within Kampala, Greater Kampala and Central, we went to Cabinet and requested that we redesign the program to allocate the money according to the sub-region. And so now we have allocation for the 19 sub-region, and I have the listing of how each of the sub-region is going to get the money, and the allocation that will come in April will be based on the 19 sub-region. And already I have the details of how much each sub-region has been allocated.
Yeah, thank you, the Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Amos, please kindly take your seat.
I think it will be difficult now for us to go up to district level, but when we have a sub-region, for example, if I'm to, so far we have lent out 50.2 billion. But out of the 50.2 billion...
Honourable Minister, can I request that next week you bring a comprehensive statement on growth?
Thank you.
So that we can discuss it. Okay?
Okay. Let me go to the 3 million or to the local governments. Right Honourable Speaker, this financial year, the budget under which we were remitting this money for National Women Council was cut. And so this financial year, we are not sending the 3 million, unfortunately. However, it has been restored in the financial year 25-26. So it is unfortunate that this financial year we are not sending this money. On the issue of guest of honor and the clarity on who should be the guest of honor, Women's Day being an international day, and we cascade and request districts to also honor it as an international day, we always request that you, the women members of Parliament, should sit with your district local government officials and you agree on a guest of honor. It is not our mandate at the central government level to agree on who becomes a guest of honor in your district. So as a woman member of Parliament, you are supposed to take a lead, sit with your team, and agree on a guest of honor. Freedom, I've already answered. Freedom of participation by women of other political parties. Right Honourable, Cabinet has constituted a subcommittee for human rights, which I sit in, and is chaired by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Attorney General is a member. We are 7 members. We had already agreed that we are going to engage political parties, leaders of political parties, as we go to the next election. So let me pledge that all the issues raised by the women, I will make sure in the next 1 month we have this engagement with the women leagues of all the political parties, and we meet Electoral Commission, we meet the security agencies under that framework, so that we agree on how to ensure that the freedom of political participation for women is not abused. Menstrual pads, I think this is a proposal of tax, but the proposal of free sanitary wear, we examine it with the envelope that we have. It was found not to be tenable as of now because of the economy. However, the issue of tax, I will take it to Cabinet, and since the tax laws will come here, we will look at how to handle it. Right Honourable, there are other issues which we can now respond to, but also integrate issues of justice, statistics on child mothers, child labor, gender-based violence. The gender-based violence statistics is in your paper, page 35. Resourcing local governments, especially CDOs, women's health, and the issue of responsibility, we will handle as input in our planning and our execution. I want to thank you and pledge that we will bring a detailed paper on growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, the answer is a document of record. And remember Honourable Dr. Nduwarana, yes, said maternal, I think she said maternal mortality rate is increasing. Yes, but yet it is decreasing. And even the doctors have volunteered information here. In 2016, out of 100,000 children, we were losing 336. By 2022, they had gone to 189. In fact, now the rate is at 30%. So it's very, very important. Maternal mortality rate. So it's very, very important that we have these records clear. Right Honorable, I requested her to allow me around 3 minutes for an answer to an oral question, and then we go to Prime Minister's time. Otherwise, Minister for Gender, we really appreciate you for this comprehensive statement, and I'll be really glad if you bring a statement on GROW, so that this is a good platform to update the whole country, because people are watching all over. So I'll be really glad if you could give us an update on GROW with a comprehensive statement, so that we can have a debate over it, and we handle for the benefit of our constituents. Next item.
Item number 4 on the other paper, urgent questions. 1, response by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
The Minister communicated to me, he requested to do it on Tuesday. So, next.
4.2, response by the Minister of Water and Environment.
No, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, yesterday I made a response here as per the question from the member. However, the response was mixed up, and I apologize because what was uploaded, honorable colleagues, was not really proper. And since then, I've gone back and brought even more details, recapping it with the question, the oral question, which arose from Honorable Christine Kaya, the woman representative of Kiboga. I've recapped it with yesterday because her question was what we have done to give an update for the farmers to act rationally. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a detailed report, one to replace the one which was yesterday, and it is uploaded actually, but with more details of the forecast, the weather forecast effective from March, April, and May. And I want to draw the attention, as you guided, Right Honorable Speaker, for members to go into the details of this report, more so beginning from page 10, which identifies the implication for the forecast to different sectors, as requested by Honorable Christine Kaya. We have responded to different sectors: the fisheries, the farmers, the beekeepers, the livestock farmers, crop. We have also advised the water, the energy, hydropower generation, the impact to the Minister of Health. And this you guided, right Honorable Speaker, that the response, we give the information, but the implementation is from different sectors. And indeed, we have comprehensively given the impact of this forecast to the different sectors of government and to our farmers. We think that as we prepare to receive the rains mid-March, our farmers will be accordingly advised, and other sectors. I beg to submit as you guided, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 5, laying of papers, report of the delegation to the 29th Conference of Parties, COP29.
Neighbor, Christine.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I beg to share a statement concerning the recently concluded Conference of Parties 29 of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change that was held in Azerbaijan, Baku on 4th November, 22nd, on 4th November to 22nd November. Right Honorable Speaker, I will briefly, in something like 5 minutes, be through with the summary of this report. But I would like to report that Uganda is part of the 197 countries that subscribe to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament had representation there, and I was one of them. And main objectives as to why we participated. One was to advocate for increased climate change finances. And the second, we wanted to strengthen our position in the global climate negotiations. And we wanted also to showcase Uganda's efforts in climate change management. And members of Parliament, we also wanted to build our capacities in climate policy and lawmaking. And we also wanted to seek networking options, especially internationally, in order to mobilize resources. Right Honorable Speaker, a number of issues were discussed. But Honorable Speaker, issues on adaptation, loss and damage, we had to also concentrate on the mitigation options. Right Honorable Speaker, as Uganda, we have prioritized the adaptation options, but globally we also need to think of how to reduce emissions. We also had discussions on climate finance and also discussions on technology, development and transfer, capacity building. As we celebrate this year's Women's Day, we want to stress that gender and climate change is one of the negotiation options under this arrangement. And Right Honorable Speaker, most important is the Gender Action Plan that was developed. And every country was supposed to domesticate and implement some of these provisions. Only that there were no implementation finances to enable this plan to go through, and it has been referred. But we also discussed issues to do with agriculture, and a number of initiatives have been put in place. And Right Honorable Speaker, we also had discussions on legal and compliance mechanisms for the Paris Agreement and the related protocols. And Uganda engaged in these negotiations under the G77 plus China, and also the African Group of Negotiation and the listed developed countries. So as we discuss over there, we always have to agree on which option should we advance as these groups. So Right Honorable Speaker, there are a number of partnerships that were sought during the negotiations. And I know the Minister will be updating us in the due course on some of these partnerships, because as we conclude with the negotiations, sometimes the partnerships are not yet realized. They are proposals. So we'd like the Minister to come and tell us afterwards what was the outcome of the proposals shared. But we managed to share Uganda's climate priorities, what we have lost as a result of climate change, and how we want transparency in the provision of funding to especially countries like Uganda. And Right Honorable Speaker, we were also demonstrated a number of laws that different countries use to ensure that climate change management is appropriate. And we also had to look at a number of needed policies and instruments for us to realize. It was very important that we were advised to earmark money, funding for disaster management and preparedness, and different funding opportunities. We are stressing it that every country should have something put in place to ensure that preparedness is financed in order to reduce the side effects that may come after disasters related to climate change have occurred. And so we ended up in Azerbaijan, Baku, with some of the recommendations, and we are hopeful that as Parliament we gained a lot, and this will help in shaping the next, all the proposed policies and instruments to help reduce the effect of climate change on Ugandans. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. I'll be appointing time for discussion of this report, for debate of this report. Can you allow on table? Yeah.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item.
Item 6 on the other paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Information.
No, we are in Prime Minister. We are going to the Prime Minister.
Item 7
yeah.
On the other paper, statement by the Right Honourable Prime Minister on government business for the succeeding week, 11th to 13th March 2025, pursuant to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure.
Thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I move under Rule 28 of our Rules of Procedure to present government business for the week of 11th to 13th March 2025 as follows. 1. The Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025. 2. The Exercise Duty Amendment Bill 2025. And 3. The statement will be a statement by the Minister of Health on the status of health care service delivery in the country. And number 4 is the statement by the Minister of Works and Transport on the progress of Karuma Bridge. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honourable.
Item 8 on the other paper, Prime Minister's time.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I got a written question from Honourable Afidra MP Amadi, and he says that he is aware that RAPEX affected different agencies, including UNRA, ferry services. Reno Camp to Amuru Ferry was to be commissioned by 31st December last year by UNRA, and a new ferry was supposed to be provided by government. And his prayer is that when will the commission and provision of a ferry services be done to enhance water transport for the people of West Nile and Amuru on River Nile. Honourable Speaker, my response is that progress of phase 1 of the vessel assembly is currently at 85%, pending the installation of the engine civil component. That, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, similarly, progress of the construction of a ferry landing site at Reno Camp in Madiokoro and Omol in Amuru district is at 72%, and operations will definitely commence soon. The second prayer was that last year on 11th to 13th April 2024, during HE, the President's tour to West Nile, he directed to consider security, that's tourism road, security stock tourism roads from Panyimul, Pakwach, Reno Camp, Obongi, and Difule to be upgraded to tarmac. That works on Kia Kai and Alinga bridges, Orianga to Ewanga swamps and Acha swamp have all stalled. That when will these projects be upgraded as directed by His Excellency the President? Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, upgrading of Panyimul, Pakwach Reno Camp, Dufule Road, 200 kilometers, has been considered in NDP 4 and will be worked on soon. That Honorable Speaker, the second question came from Songa, Honorable Songa Loles, Ora County, Zombo District. His prayers are: 1. Is government having any plan to build a district hospital in the border district of Zombo? And what is the progress? The second one is, in the meantime, as we wait for the district hospital, can government provide full financial personnel and infrastructure support to the Holy Family Missionary Hospital of Nyapea? And then the third question is, why can't government make Nebi General Hospital a regional referral hospital to serve the greater Nebi? That Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, I wish to respond as follows. On the progress of a new hospital construction, government has recognized the need for a district hospital in this region. Feasibility studies and site assessments are being conducted, and plans are underway to secure funding and commence construction the financial year 2025-2026. On the support for Holy Family Missionary Hospital, given the critical role of the Holy Family Hospital in Nyapea in providing health care services to the people of Zombo District and neighboring areas, government acknowledges the urgent need for infrastructure improvements. In 2019, assessments condemned key facilities, including the outpatient department and the maternity ward. The Ministry of Health is exploring interim support measures such as the feasibility of allocating funds for the renovation and deploying the medical personnel to bolster the hospital's capacity, while plans for a new hospital is being finalized. Honorable Gafabusa Muhumuza, Bwamba County, Bundibujo. He says that the Bundibujo General Hospital is in a very bad state in terms of physical infrastructure, obsolete medical equipment, and gross inadequate medical personnel. The district leadership, including members of parliament, have raised this matter several times to government, but there has not been satisfactory response. And that the X-ray machine stopped working last year, and that their people are suffering as they are referred to Fort Portal. And his prayers are, when is government going to do the general rehabilitation of the hospital? Then 2, when will government procure and deliver the necessary equipment, including the X-ray machine, operating tables, operating trolleys, and lamps, instrument sets for different surgical procedures? Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, my response is that Bundibujo Hospital is currently facing challenges related to congestion, dilapidated infrastructure, outdated equipment, and understaffing. That is true. The Ministry of Health is currently prioritizing expansion and rehabilitation of hospitals to match the new structures at different levels. The Ministry of Health is currently assessing all the hospitals and facilities in order to come up with a comprehensive plan that includes the following. 1, infrastructure expansion and rehabilitation, increasing bed capacity and improving existing buildings to meet current health care standards, and also reduce patient congestion. Number 2, provide modern medical equipment. Number 3, to ensure that the utilities, that is water and power, are of quality in terms of reliability and stability. Then number 4 is recruitment, or recruiting additional healthcare professionals and providing continuous training to improve service delivery. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, government is exploring funding sources to expedite the renovation process and address the pressing needs of Bujo Hospital and many others like Masindi, Kagadi, Bogiri, to mention but a few. The first question came from Honorable Dr. Byakatonda Abdul, MP Workers. And his prayers are, what immediate measures is government implementing to mitigate the impact of the US funding freeze and ensure uninterrupted HIV treatment for the 1.4 million Ugandans? And his second question is, what strategies are in place to prevent job losses, reintegration to get high-level skills among Ugandans? One of 12,551 community health workers whose roles are now at risk due to the withdrawal of the US support. His third question is, given that Uganda currently allocates only 6.5 of the national budget to health, when will government fulfill its Abuja Declaration commitment to increase health funding to 15%? The fourth question is, will government consider establishing an emergency health center for HIV response task force similar to the COVID-19 response model to mobilize alternative funding sources and sustain HIV services? What is the readiness strategy to locally manufacture all our supplies? Right Honorable Speaker, my response is that the suspension of the USAID funding effective 20th January 2025 has significantly impacted Uganda's HIV/AIDS program. To address this crisis, an additional 480 billion is required to bridge the funding gap and sustain essential services in our health facilities. The Ministry of Health is prepared. The Ministry of Health has prepared a cabinet memorandum to brief cabinet on this matter and acquire the executive guidance on how to source for resources to bridge the gap in funding. Government is also engaging with international and local stakeholders to mobilize resources and ensure the continuity of HIV and AIDS interventions. The fifth question came from Honorable Pio Samuel Achuti, MP Colin, North County. Requested for an update on the enhancement of salary of district, city, and municipal education officers. My response Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, government approved the public service pay policy principles as well as a long-term pay plan covering every person paid salaries and all allowances from the consolidated fund, all out of money appropriated by Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, government adopted a phased approach to implement the approved pay plans. The enhancement plan has been in the National Development Plan 4. Additionally, the Ministry of Public Service submitted to the Parliamentary Committee on the Budget the requirement to enhance salary of the 67% public officers whose salaries have not been enhanced since 2014-2015. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this will require Uganda shillings 695.3 billion in the financial year 2025-2026, and this will enhance salaries. This will enhance salary of 251,682 public officers, including district, city, and municipal education officers, but at least 30% of the approved long-term pay targets if considered. Number 6, Honorable Christine Kaya Chiboga. She raised an issue of the urgent concern regarding the closure of community radios in some areas of Chiboga and hence inconveniencing the users. And her prayer is, can the government update on this matter? Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, allow me to respond as follows. That there has been a surge in the number of illegal operators of communication platforms, including ordinary radio operators and megaphone operators, Bizindaro, sometimes referred to as community radios. In response to this, Uganda Communication Commission has regularly undertaken enforcement exercise for the following reasons. 1, because of the public outcry where UCC has received complaints of noise pollution, misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech. Some of these radios have also been found to be near schools, health facilities that require a serene environment or a quiet environment. Number 2, inability for UCC to monitor, control, and regulate content aired on these community radios due to lack of appropriate technology. Number 3, these radios are not licensed, hence posing a security risk. Number 4, competition with licensed radio operators. There is a large number of complaints from licensed radio operators who urge that these Bizindaro have taken over their business, considering that they even don't pay license fees and are not subjected to regulatory requirements. Mr. Speaker, sir, Bizindaro operators or operations constitute illegal broadcasts under the UCC Act Cap 103, and given the inherent risks to the sector and the security that pertains to this mode of communication, it is still a challenge to have the same legalized in our country. Number 7, the Honorable Goza Gasewungu raised a concern on delays by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in releasing capitation grants to grant-aided schools, which were needed for procuring instrumental materials. Right Honorable Speaker, my response is that funds for the capitation grants are released during the quarter 1, quarter 3, and quarter 4 every financial year to cater for school terms 3, 1, and 2 respectively. No funds are released in quarter 2 of the financial year. The total approved budget for the capitation grant for the financial year 2024-2025 is Uganda shillings 490 billion 298,883,550. During the quarter 1, Ministry of Finance released 163 billion 432,694,530 to local governments to cater for term 3. However, the Ministry of Education and Sports requested local governments to hold the transfer of these funds to institutions until they validated the enrollment, which was done, and authority to transfer the funds to the schools was granted. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, for quarter 3, 163 billion 432 million 694,530 has been released to cater for first term for the calendar year 2025. The 8th question came from Shati Kutesa Musherule, Maugura County, Sembabule District. The GROW project, funded by World Bank through the Private Sector Foundation Uganda and the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, was intended to support the low to mid-tier business women through access to low interest loans. And her prayer is that can I guide as to why the intended beneficiaries have faced challenges in accessing these loans, and what steps are being taken to ensure that the project delivers on the promise of these vulnerable groups. My response, Right Honorable Speaker, is that first, I remember you have directed that a progress report be brought here by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and I feel I should wait until that report comes here. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. Honorable colleagues, I have questions from members that I had registered as matters of national importance. I'll first pick those ones, then I pick the rest. And some members, I don't see them here, so I won't read their names, but the ones I see, Honorable Martin Muzari. Yes, I have Honorable Martin Muzari. I have Honorable Odoi Bernard. I have Honorable Ephraim Biraro. Honorable Dr. Isingo Mapatrick. Honorable Atimari. Honorable Kabus Moses. Honorable Sor Morin. Honorable Adrico Yovan. Honorable Rania Gilbert. Honorable Kum Gaudier. Honorable Christine Akero. Honorable Yeku Patrick. Honorable Chero Norman. Honorable Bet Narima. Honorable Medias Natkunda. Honorable Aparot Christine. Honorable Aran Mayanja. Honorable Kuperajan. Honorable Kirabagines. So, Honorable Martin Muzari, I just moved out. Honorable Doi Bennett. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
And we shoot right away.
Okay. Right Honorable and colleagues, I want to raise a matter about the Central Forest Reserve located in the Greater Mulanda in Mwelo Sub-County, covering up to Nagongera. It measures 360 acres. This land has been a source of livelihood for our people. Over 200 families have been using this land. However, last month, 8 individuals came with receipts showing they made application to National Forest Authority to use this land. These people, the 8 people, have evicted over 200 families from this land where people have been having farm works and also grazing. Aware that this is now becoming a security threat, our prayer, or the prayer of our people, is as follows. 1, the security personnel that are already evicting people in this piece of land should be addressed so that our people can peacefully continue using this land. 2, in the NRM manifesto, the President, in the beginning of this term, offered Tororo to have an industrial park. We have been grappling with where to find this land. Our people are saying 360 acres of land is sufficient enough to host the industrial park where our people can benefit from the same. I thank you.
Right, Honourable Prime Minister. If where you feel any minister can support you can call on the minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, the question from the USMP needs consultations. I request that he gives me time so that we can bring together the Security and the Ministry of Environment together with him so that we can come up with an amicable solution to the matter.
Thank you, Right Honourable. Honourable Martin Muzari. Now, Honourable colleagues, I told you to come to this chair. You must seek my permission before you come. Yeah, because I need concentration. Otherwise, a member is talking to me, another one is on the floor. Sometimes I start trying to get an answer I cannot. Then number 2, if you know you have not been around, okay? I marked. I had the questions, I marked. Some of you have started coming back because the Prime Minister has come in. We start Parliament at 2. Yeah, I don't want you to be attending Parliament for 5 minutes. My issue is sorted. And also this is an issue with the ministers. The minister comes, after their issue, they go away. And they leave government here. Sometimes I usually have a few ministers who are diligent here. And Right Honourable, you need to give a medal on top of the government chief to Honourable Rusoke and Honourable Bahati. They deserve a medal. And Honourable Msasizi. And Honourable Msa. These days, Honourable and Honourable Mhanga. These days, Ogwang is busy. He's always here, but these days he's been busy. He's in the field. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Honourable Muzari. Honourable Peter, whenever he comes, he spends the whole day here. These days I have missed him for this week.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the matter here is regarding the ban of weighbridge operations along roads and trading centers in Busoga, Uganda, Bunyoro sub-regions by the Minister for Trade as a measure to combat the alleged sugarcane theft and poaching in Uganda. Right Honourable Speaker, the same matter has a ministerial directive from Minister of Internal Affairs, the Honourable Kahindo Tafire, directing the suspension and halting operations of way bridges, citing a judgment delivered on the 7th January 2025 by Honourable Justice Issa Serunkuma of the High Court of Masindi, in which the court quashed orders of Assistant Registrar in miscellaneous application 0025 and 0026 of 2024. A copy of the Minister's Directive is hereby attached. Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, for the Minister to ban operations of way bridges along roads and trading centers as a measure to combat theft and poaching and promoting traceability is completely out of touch with the reality in the sugarcane industry, as these are not near to the issue.
Honorable, we use 1 minute to ask a question. We don't read a statement.
Okay.
So what is your question?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, my concern is one. These way bridges that are actually along the roads and trading centers have actually reduced on the cost of lining for the trucks on the mirrors at the mirrors factories. They have actually reduced on the cost of transportation of sugarcane, because you'll find that a truck before would cost around 700,000, but today, because of those way bridges, it costs around 100,000, 150. Two, it has actually brought competition.
Honorable, can I have your question? What is your question? It's Prime Minister's question time.
Right, Honourable Speaker, it's a matter of national importance. Our concern is very simple.
So, I will give you space as a matter of national importance. They respond to you as a matter of national importance, isn't it? Because here we use 1 minute to ask a sharp question. Do you want the way bridges restored? Just ask the Prime Minister to restore.
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, our concern is very simple. Let the letter be withdrawn by the Minister of Trade, banning these operations of way bridges. That's our concern, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Minister for Trade.
We did receive some complaints about the way bridges, and to that effect, the Minister Lot temporarily suspending the way bridges. We have also received counter complaints about it, and we are having a meeting next week to review the decision of the Minister.
Thank you. Dr. Otara.
Thank you, Right Honourable, for the opportunity. Right Honourable, during the President's tour of Bukedi, we highlighted the issue of 22 parishes that are not receiving PDM money. And His Excellency, the President, directed the Right Honourable Prime Minister to make sure that these parishes are coded and they are given money immediately. Up to now, these parishes have not received the money. When is this going to be done, Right Honourable?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, as you are aware, those parishes were not coded. And so the Ministry of Finance could not send money to those parishes. The Ministry of Local Government was directed to make sure that they liaise with Electoral Commission to make sure that we get harmonized so that those can be maybe accredited for the year 2025-2026.
Thank you, Honourable colleagues. You remember this matter indeed came up on Tuesday, and we agreed the Minister is going to bring a statement to update us. Okay, so let's handle it then in detail, but the answer the Prime Minister has given is consistent with what we were told on Tuesday. Honourable Biraro Ephraim. Honourable Dr. Isingoma.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, my matter is to do with the compensation of fuel station owners affected by the Kyalwajara, Chira, Kasangati, Matuga Road. This matter has been pending for the last 3 years, and I think it has been brought on the floor of this House more than 3 times. Last Friday, the Prime Minister visited the area and interacted with the stakeholders, including the contractor. Can the Prime Minister now brief us as to when government intends to compensate fuel station owners along this road?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We have been engaging at some forum with my brother, and I know he's one of the interested parties. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, as you are aware, I am one of the field officers. I was on that road last week, and we really discovered that there is need for us to move faster. The petrol stations put an exorbitant, I think more than 100%. They want to be paid a lot of money. They are like 5 petrol stations, and the cost of the construction of that road went up. So the contractor cannot move. So we have agreed as government that we must and make sure that we compensate according to the chief government value. And if anybody is aggrieved, they will go to court. But the road must continue. That road has overstayed. Yes. All we shall acquire those facilities in public interest.
Thank you. Honorable Atima Jackson.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I have this matter of unprofessionalism and several technical issues associated with the
point of order, Honorable. Get a microphone, Honorable.
But, Mr. Speaker, I was raising a point of order that Honorable Ayeko Patrick is a non-member of NRM, and he has been comfortably seated on the side of opposition and masquerading as a shadow minister. I wonder whether he's in order, not only to cross, but to masquerade as a shadow. He has disappeared. He has disappeared.
So, you see, that's a problem of warning, and then you come to report. Eh? Now, thank you. But Honorable colleagues, what Honorable Norman Ochero is raising is very critical. I usually see even members of the NRM independents on the front bench. A front bench is for the shadow cabinet. Okay? And then this is for government ministers. So please, yes, Honorable Atima.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My concern was unprofessionalism and several technical issues associated with Misk Airline operating between Entebbe and Arua Airport. Right Honorable Speaker, last Monday, this aircraft on 24 February had a very bad landing in Arua where the passengers were terrified. One passenger fainted, and on their return, people were wondering whether they were going to land well in Entebbe. Right Honorable Speaker, last Monday, 3rd March, this week, passengers who booked to fly to Arua were only informed that there was no flight for them to fly to Arua as the aircraft was for service, leaving the passengers stranded and also refund of their money not done. Right Honorable Prime Minister, my concern and question is, can you direct Minister of Works and Transport to explain the circumstances under which this airline was brought to Uganda to operate between Arua and Entebbe? 2, can these passengers who were left stranded without the refund of their money that they paid to travel be refunded through Civil Aviation Authority? Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I direct the Civil Aviation Authority through the Ministry of Works to investigate and to make sure that the airlines that are operating within our country meet the required safety standards for the good of our people.
Thank you. Yes, they will handle also issues of compensation because the Prime Minister has directed on all issues if CAA finds it viable. Honorable Kwizera.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Other than Buchimbiri County being a tourism county, there are multiple companies who are mining gold, wolfram, and tin. and the people I represent don't get royalties. I would ask the Prime Minister to prevail over the government system that they pay those humble peasants what is due to them. I thank you.
Right Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I will cause a meeting between the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development to ascertain the issue raised by the member.
Thank you. Honourable Kabusu Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Prime Minister, a serious storm hit Lujaba Island. It is in Mazinga sub-county in Kalangala, leaving over 50 homesteads homeless. The nature of their houses are makeshift in nature. They can be lifted by these storms. These people are in dire need for food and any relief assistance to reconstruct their houses. Do you have any plan in a question form to come to this, to aid to these people? And lastly, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable, it is one question, but before you come, right Honourable, we also call Honourable Agnes Chirabo. It's related.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister, the same issue I have in Bombo Town Council, Luolo District. We experienced heavy rains on Monday, and a number of residential houses was destroyed, and also their gardens. This is a Muslim community. They are observing Ramadan. They do not have food, and also residents are now sleeping in churches and mosques. My question is there any urgent way you can come in and assist them, and also provide relief to the schools that were affected? Because there were about 6 schools, that is Bombo SS, Bombo High School, Nkokonjelu, Bombo Umea, Lukole SS, and St. Mary's, and also the market of Namaliga. Thank you so much.
Right Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I request Honourable Kabusu, my friend, to write through the district chief administrative officer or the district disaster committee to the office of the Prime Minister. We shall definitely handle. Then for where Honourable Muyingo had written me a letter telling me of that storm that took place in Bombo and mentioned the number of schools. Still, we also told him to go through the district disaster committee because that's the procedure, and then we shall provide the relief. We shall also provide the necessary iron sheets. Because I told Muyingo we have some iron sheets and we can always, because the schools have to continue. The children are now back to school and we needed to help those schools. There are about 4 schools. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Maureen. Then followed by Honourable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister, last year on Tuparaka and the Lizu Road was handed over to a contractor who was sent by Ministry of Works and Transport. He promised to come back after 2 weeks. Until now, he never came back. And the road is in a very bad shape. The people are still expecting. What could have gone wrong with the contractor? And secondly, when can that road be worked on? Because it's a very bad, it's in a very bad shape.
Right Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, once the road under construction is handed over to the contractor, it is the responsibility of the contractor to maintain that road as we wait for the upgrade. So I will cause a meeting involving the Ministry of Works together with the contractor. I will also make sure that I go on site in Arua so that we can have this worked on.
Thank you, Honorable Adrico Yogan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Matters on boundary conflict between Arua District, Madiokolo District, Terego District, and Arua City. Arua District and its neighboring districts of Terego, Madi, Okolo, and Arua City are now currently having boundary conflicts. Since no proper demarcation on the boundaries was done after the creation of districts and the city. Prime Minister, my request is, through you, I think you can send the Minister for Land and Housing, Urban Development to intervene and make a proper demarcation on the district boundaries to avoid the conflicts among the people. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, in 2022, the President directed me to handle the issue of boundaries in Arua, Madiokoro, Terego, and many others. Right Honorable Speaker, we have moved. To some extent, we have moved. The Ministry of Lands has been on site, the Ministry of Local Government. Right Honorable Speaker, we are waiting for the report, and I believe this report will be respected by all parties.
Thank you. Honorable Gilbert Oranya, followed by Honorable Nebanda Florence and Honorable Kumugabja.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising a very important matter concerning National Forest Authority giving community land to the white man called Peter Skoff from Germany. Right Honorable Speaker, right now the National Forest Authority is busy giving the community land in Wichere, Amoro Sub-County, Godgueno, Gorogoro Sub-County, Kelak in Pogo Sub-County, and Labala in Pabo Sub-County. In total is 20,591 hectares to only one individual. Right Honorable Speaker, what is going on now on the ground, the National Forest Authority, they are busy registering the community who are living in their ancestral land with the target of carry on the eviction so that the land is handed over to that investor. Right Honorable Speaker, our people are so scared and so intimidated.
Question.
Our prayer, the prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, we pray that the Right Honorable Prime Minister should direct National Forest Authority should stop the idea of giving community land to that investor who is coming to disorganize our people. And two, the soldiers who are moving and escorting those ones who are registered in the community, let the soldiers be stopped and the investigation should be done on that land. Because an individual cannot be given more than 20,000 hectares of land. The land does not belong.
Thank you. Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, you are aware that the National Forest Authority was rationalized. It is now a department in the Ministry of Water. So I request, Honorable, that you put this in writing so that I can I can really harmonize and get coordinated with these other departments that are now in place. Otherwise, NFA is no more.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Nebanda Florence.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Following my submission last month regarding the school fees increment, the government is currently engaged in a formulation of the universal primary and secondary education policy to provide a holistic framework that will guide free basic education to the children following the school fees increment. I'm interested in knowing that how far with approval policies by the Ministry of Education and any policies in place to guide the schools and guard against the school fees increments and exorbitant requirements requested by the schools.
Thank you. Minister for Education, to help the Right Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Through the Prime Minister, on matters of the fees increment, allow me bring a statement here to specifically answer that question. I thank you. Madam Right Honourable Speaker, I can bring a statement on Wednesday. Thank you.
Okay. Procedure, maybe single man.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm raising under Rule 82B of our Rules of Procedure. There is an honourable member in this House, Honourable Osuru. She's putting something, we don't know whether it is like a rope or a cloth around her head. Right Honourable Speaker, can you guide kindly if we are proceeding well when such a member, or if that attire conforms with what is provided for under Rule 82B of our Rules of Procedure? Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, women fashion is, in fact, I have been admiring her. Yes, I've been admiring how she's dressed for sure. Yeah, it looks, she's a woman of class. It exudes class. Yeah. Yeah. And it's matching very well. So the problem, you're seeing her seated. When she stands up, you will clap. Yeah. So, Honourable Kum Gabriel, then Honourable Christine Akero, Honourable Beta Wall, Honourable Saro Pendi.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to applaud the Minister of Education for the reforms in the education subsector, especially the implementation of the new competent-based curriculum. With the pioneer A-level students enrolled to the curriculum, and yet the universities are still training on the old curriculum. Through the Prime Minister, can the Minister of Education and Sports update Parliament on how prepared National Council for Higher Education and the universities are to absorb these learners? I beg to submit. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, through the Prime Minister. First of all, I want to inform my colleague that the consultations took place before we agreed to go into the competence-based curriculum. And actually, universities were more concerned and emphatic on us going on to the competence-based curriculum. For purpose of our children who are joining A-level, all trainings for our A-level teachers have already taken place. So what we are now moving to is to go in terms of clusters. And I want to guarantee the country that the Ministry of Education and Sports is prepared to guide the country in the new journey for purpose of us having children who get out of these universities with the skills to acquire jobs, but not to be skills which do not give them to get jobs. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Akero Christine, Honourable Betty Awor, Honourable Saro Pendi.
Thank you, the Right Honourable Speaker. My question is, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, last year we raised an issue on Alair Quarry Rock. Alair is covering it, It is between Lira district and Kole district. And Aller, the community of Aller, the project affected persons, rented that land to the government, and the government chief valuer did indeed approve the report of the valuation, and it is a customary owned land. But to our surprise, Lira district in 2023, in November, went ahead and titled the land. As we talk now, the project affected persons have told them by April next month they should vacate the land, and yet it is customary owned land, and no action has been taken, despite the committee also served the caveat to the district land board and even the Lira M zone land zone, but they went ahead and titled the land. So the prayer is the land that Lira district local government is claiming to be the freehold land, the land must be titled, must be cancelled, the land title must be cancelled. Then two, people are suffering, they don't have where to cultivate, so they're requesting if they could be given maize seeds and bean seeds to plant, because life is really hard.
Thank you. But Honorable, you're saying they have nowhere to cultivate, but they need seeds. Right, Honorable Prime Minister?
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I was wondering how they have no land, they need seeds, but all the same, Honorable Members, our communities sometimes find it difficult when the districts start titling their land. It's not only in Lira, it's almost countrywide. We have a number of tenure systems, the land tenure systems. Public land, especially those on public land, have fallen victims. So I request the honorable colleague to put this in writing so that I can get details from the districts, and maybe we can use the Ministry of Lands to deregister and cancel the title. But we need details. This is a very, very important question.
Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, my great friend. Road safety. And we all know that if we talk about non-communicable diseases, actually death on the road is highest. We have Joe Walker, walked from Kampala to Gulu. They arrived yesterday, advocating for road safety. We have problems of pedestrians who are not catered for, the cyclists not catered for, schools, and we have our children who go across to other side of the road to go to school. We have, on Monday I had a 4-year-old boy, Joshua, who was knocked by vehicle. And Akena also from Gulu, was buried yesterday, 12 years old.
Just ask the question, Honor.
My question to the Prime Minister is, do we have plan for expanding roads and providing for all this, and also providing signage, whether it is a sign on the road or zebra crossing for our children's safety and for everybody else's safety on the road? Do we have that plan and budget also for it? Thank you.
Someone was telling me that a taxi driver knocked person on the zebra. So when they combined, the taxi driver asked, "Are you a zebra?" So I think also we need sensitization of these drivers. They don't even know what zebra crossing is.
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You are spot on. Honorable members, since 2021-2022, government came up with a policy That's why you are seeing all roads now that are under construction have a pedestrian or a walkaway area. So that will maybe reduce, but we still also have to sensitize our drivers and all road users. So I think what we need to do, my sister, you know how, let me give you a story. Me and the Honorable Better Wall, when we were both councillors, she was a district councillor, I was a district councillor in Chivali. She was in Iguru. We became very close. She's my close friend.
So she's your OG. OC.
We used to attend workshops in, there is when we were in Masaka, in Jinja. You know, they used to take us to Mbarara in Perikane Hotel. So we are very close. So, Ma'am, I want us to, all of us, to take this as our responsibility so that we can sensitize our communities to make sure that we avoid these accidents.
Honorable Saropendi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, some of my voters who were at the Fisheries Training Institute in Entebbe brought it to my attention that they completed their education and completed their exams way back in 2021. However, these exams are conducted by the Uganda Business Technical Education, UBTEC. However, to date, Right Honorable Speaker, they have never been given certificates. Yes.
From 2021.
From 2021. And they are finding it difficult to actually get jobs. All they have are transcripts, and you know that a transcript is not final alone. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to find out from the Right Honorable Prime Minister, why is it that it is taking long for the government and the government body, an examination body, to actually release certificates for graduates? Thank you.
Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. With permission from Prime Minister, can I make 1 or 2 phone calls so that I can answer this straightforward other than delaying it? I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ayeko Patrick, followed by Honorable Norman Ocello. Ayeko, we don't know what you're up to. Think Chief
Right Honorable Speaker, but before I am confused, let me first put this matter, which is very serious. It is a matter of cattle compensation. Right Honorable Speaker, and I'm happy that the able Prime Minister is here. This matter, court ruled on it. The executive has blessed it. And then now Parliament has budgeted. I have 2 prayers only. One is that, can you avail for us the list of people who have been paid? How much have they been paid? Number 2, if we have not budgeted, let us budget and kill the thing. I have grown up hearing about cattle compensation for the last, I think, 30 years. And as I speak to you, Right Honorable Speaker, I request one more favor. My colleagues are demonstrating tomorrow. Please direct the police not to disturb them.
How did you know? You organized the demonstration?
Yes, the opposition is organizing a demonstration on no cow, no vote. It's about compensation. But our prayer is that just avail us with this information of how many people have been paid, who has been paid, so that we are able also to counter and give information to the people that these people have been paid. If they have not been paid, budget, give us money, pay these people, and then we can proceed. Before I give info.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. Not on Prime Minister's time. You know the procedure for it. It's a 1-minute question. So
That Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I want to thank Honorable Ayeko. The fact is, government decided to pay cattle compensation in a phased manner. So far, the number of people have been paid in a number of sub-regions. I will direct the Attorney General to bring a comprehensive report of who has been paid, how much, and where.
And I think, right honorable, to be prudent, also, if the Attorney General can have a meeting with MPs from the affected areas, so that they can ask questions relevant to that, rather than us spending 2-3 hours here handling issues, sometimes which we don't know much about. Honorable Norman Ochero?
Mr. Speaker, reliable information reaching me is that recently you won an election which has made you a leader of the whole world over. You were a leader. I must congratulate you. I cannot escape. That one I cannot escape. I was very excited, Mr. Speaker, but I'm not surprised at all. For 2 reasons. One, you are very able. He's extremely very able.
Question?
Number two, now the question is coming. But of course also number 2, last year, you remember when the helicopter attacked you, God made a ruling that you will still be here in this world. And we said hi. Now my question is, for the last 3 years and a half, my district farmers had been in conflict with the wildlife. The wildlife has been destroying all the gardens in 6 sub-counties constantly for 3 years. And members have been filling forms for compensation. And at every time they fill the forms, they come and mark in Kampala that they have failed. That instead of the name beginning with a capital letter, it has begun with a small letter. So the old woman in the village has failed. As if they have become a UNEB, sort of. I'm asking a question now. My question, Parliament gave them money to go and compensate people. They are not compensating them. Did we send them as an examination body to mark the villagers or pay them?
Thank you.
Secondly, when the president came to Karamoja in December on PDM tour, he had said he understands the problem of the people of Abim suffered under the government militia and the LRA for compensation. And he had directed that this year they will be included, at least some token, a smaller, they will begin small by small. So this year they will put them in the budget for compensation. But when they presented the budget framework paper, now there's nothing. How could the president have told the people, and then we are budgeting for the president, and there's nothing on the table?
Thank you.
But, thank you very much. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the President directed me, and we are having a meeting tomorrow. Remember, even Parliament last week, under the Speaker directed that we have a meeting involving the districts of Kitugum, Abim, where he comes from. The other district that was carved out of Kitugum is Agago, so that with the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, so that we can come up with solutions. So I request the member tomorrow to come to my office at 10. We shall have that meeting.
Thank you.
10. Caucus is after.
Thank you. But Right Honorable, and the Minister we have shared on several occasions, I think the biggest problem is with the requirements and that form. You know, the other day I told you here, the people who are usually affected by those animals are very, very rural. But now you bring them a form which is very complicated. And then some clever people in the village start extorting money from them. I help you fill the form. You hear it goes at the district, it goes everywhere, and this is the person. These people, Right Honorable, are not interested in compensation. No. Their interest is safety of their crops, their homesteads. If we could protect them against animals, they wouldn't want that compensation because it's never even enough. So I think that's what we need to focus on. Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and the Right Honourable Prime Minister. Indeed, we've captured the challenge and we are reviewing the guidelines to to make it very easy for people to access compensation. We should be done with this in the next 3-4 months. Thank you.
I know since we've reported to the Prime Minister, this will be sorted. Honorable Bet Narima, Honorable Robert Kasoro. Honorable Peter Gwanga wants to give us an update first, an answer first, on the issue of certificates.
Right Honorable Prime Speaker, through the Prime Minister, I want to confirm that I've spoken to the Executive Director of UBTEB, and he has confirmed to me that they have issued all certificates for all candidates who qualified up to 2023. So I would like to ask Honorable Pendi to help me with the name of the student who has not been given the certificate so that I can be able to go and verify. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Esther Narima, followed by Honorable Robert Kasoro.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, my issue concerns the fatal accident that occurred yesterday at Kagoma, Mayanja Valley, and it killed 5 people. Over 21 people are injured, and it involved 9 vehicles. Right Honorable, we recall even around late October, we had the Chigoga fire accident, and this is now along Kampala-Bombo Road, much as Wakiso area is always affected. So my question and my plea is that given that in 2023, we had a thorough discussion on 13th July of 2023, and it was initiated by office to ensure how best we can have road safety in this country. And the answer really indicates what we discussed. Could we know when is government implementing both long-term, short-term matters of what we agreed on, and including having regulations for the Road Act 2019? Also, can we have initiation of compensation for all those people who are affected, given that many times insurance companies do not have due consideration for that party? Also, can we have heavy...
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, first I want to condole with the families that lost their dear ones in that fatal accident. Please take our condolences from government. Then 2, members, like I told you earlier, it's almost the similar question, that government is implementing our recommendations in a phased manner. I told you since 2022, when we had this comprehensive debate here, we all agreed, and the government is exactly implementing the same. But like I told you earlier, we also need to continuously train, sensitize both road users, especially the truck drivers. The other thing we are implementing now that will bring a long-lasting solution is to remove the heavy trucks from the roads by constructing the SGR. Yes, it is going to take some time, but once we have it from Tororo, where Honorable Ekanya comes from, up to Kampala, and from Kampala to Gulu and the rest of the parts of the country, the road accidents will definitely reduce. It's a long term, but these are the immediate measures, is continuous sensitization.
Thank you, Honorable Kasoro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, government constructed the state-of-the-art city school in one of my sub-county, and completed it. But the contract, about 7 months ago, the contractor has denied the students studying that facility, claiming that it has to be commissioned by Ministry of Education. And these students are studying from the veranda. This has caused the anarchy and a very big issue in my constituency. Honorable Prime Minister, this is the place you know better, Mugiti, see the school fully completed.
That Honorable Speaker, if they are waiting for government, I'm here. The Ministry of Education, the minister is here. We shall go and commission the school. That's all.
Thank you. Honorable Medias.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
You can even declare it commissioned from here, and we. Oh.
Thank you, Right.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the reason we commission, there are a number of reasons. One, to make sure that the defects, if there are any, are rectified. Two, to make sure that there is value for money. You know, some people do show the work. That's the major reason. But we shall go and commission. In my district, for example, there is Virembo Senior Secondary School. It was constructed in 2021-2022. When I went there to commission it, I found it had defects. We recently commissioned it. But because they had to rectify those defects, we delayed.
Thank you. So that one, consider it commission next week. I'm sure the Right Honorable will arrange. Honorable Medias.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, my matter is also about the wildlife attacks in Rukunji district. Since the beginning of this month, 2nd, 4th, 5th of March, we've had a herd of elephants coming every day, attacking gardens, coffee plantations, banana plantations, animals, cows and goats. People are not sleeping. I've heard you talk about the districts of Kitugum and northern Uganda that you have called address, but Rukunji is nowhere. We have Queen Elizabeth, where these elephants are coming from. The last time I talked to the Minister of Tourism, he was heading to Kanungu on the side of Bwindi, and Rukunji is always neglected. People need a quick response about this matter. And also, you've talked about the electric fence several times. Kanungu has been fenced. Kasese has been fenced. Rukunji is in the middle of these districts, but it has been left out. Can you give us...
Mitoma.
And Mitoma as well, because you're my neighbor, Right Honorable. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Tourism, what response, what sustainable response can you give to the people of Rukunji so that they are not neglected when it comes to wildlife attacks in the districts in Gambara Sub-County, Chikarara, Kakoni, Nyarwemuka, and other surrounding areas? I thank you.
Honorable Minister, the Prime Minister has requested. You answer.
I want to thank my sister for raising the issue, and we'll go there and talk to the communities. But we've done some fencing in around the Queen Elizabeth area, covering around 150 kilometers. We should be doing some around 50 this financial year, and we'll make sure that we have some consideration for the Kanungu stretch.
No.
Oh, sorry, Rukunji stretch. Thank you.
Yeah, what about Mitoma? The MP seated here. He's seeing you making promises and...
Right Honorable Speaker, now that we are in the budgeting process, we are coming with one of the unfunded project priorities to do with fencing, and my prayer is that we, once supported, definitely even Mitoma will be covered, and I'm sure since it's your area, Right Honorable, you'll give us a better consideration.
Honorable Porot Christine, you're going now in a dangerous area.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, I first want to appreciate the government on enhancing science development in the country by having the loan scheme. In my district, we have a number of beneficiaries who have completed their trainings, and they have been on our neck on the plan of government to accommodate them. So I want to find out from the Prime Minister, what plans do you have, Right Honorable Prime Minister, to accommodate all the loan beneficiaries who have accomplished their courses and they are ready to give back to government in terms of employment opportunities? Thank you.
Honorable. Peter, do you have jobs? Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, this is not mine. I want to be thanked for having completed my part as a Minister of Education. But for purpose of information, we must appreciate the reason That's why government was emphatic on science-based courses for parts of students' loan schemes. We were aware that for science students, it is easier for those who complete to get jobs and begin to repay this money. But we opened up. Now we also have art students. This is now where I would request the Right Honourable Prime Minister to come in and guarantee on how government is going to work with us for us to see how those students are going to be employed. I thank you.
Right Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, Uganda has moved. Yes, we are moving on very well. We are currently one of those countries that are industrializing. And through industrialization, we shall definitely create jobs for our children. The process is ongoing, and repayment will be easy for these children once they get employed. That's why we emphasize science-based subjects.
Thank you. Honourable Nduana Christine, followed by Honourable Cooper.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
No, Honourable Prime Minister's time we don't have clarification.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, Bukomansimbi district was affected by heavy rainstorms, which affected very many households, including 2 schools, and they are government-aided schools. Last year, we got the same problem, but we were only given rotten maize flour and beans. And then I wonder why the government-aided schools are having poor building infrastructures. For the last 28 years, by today, people would have been so at least very happy about the building. My question is, what interventions can you put for us in Bukomansimbi North to have better buildings for UPE schools? Thank you so much.
Honourable Minister for Education, the Prime Minister needs you to answer to this.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members. The Honourable Member from Bukomansimbi is a close friend of mine. She already came to my office and told me about these issues. We are in the process of procurement, like we agreed in my office, my sister. We shall handle.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Cooper, followed by Honourable Moroni and Honourable Tungo.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to say this before I ask the Honourable Prime Minister the question. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2023-24, you directed the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs to go and verify the payment by Attorney General. But to date, despite going to the field, they have not brought that report. The issue which was raised here will not be again possibly raised here. If that Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs brought that report, that you directed them in that financial year, maybe it's the right time for you to ask them to bring it, because they went on the ground and saw what was happening. As I ask the Prime Minister now, Right Honourable Prime Minister, you did a great work in Naguru when you went for the groundbreaking for the Heart Institute. But Fenero Ministries has blocked access for the contractor to do the construction. You remember even the challenges we had with the Fenero, that he had fraudulently got that land. Now it's giving hard time to the Heart Institute to access, the contractor to access. Please, can you reign over this pastor and his team? Because even KCC has told us they are constructing without approved plans on their part. So please, we needed the Heart Institute yesterday, but these people are sabotaging government program to move as fast as you expected. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you so much, my brother. I direct the Ministry of Internal Affairs to give the contractor security so that he can have access to the construction site.
Thank you. Honourable Moroni.
Right Honorable Speaker, I had ignored that. I request that it is expunged because we have never given rotten foods to the people of Bukomansimbi.
Yeah, I think colleagues really, there are statements which are very unfortunate. Okay? So, Clerk, please expand that from our record. Honorable Itungo, Honorable Mroni. Honorable Mroni.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to start by thanking the Right Honorable Prime Minister for her commitment and support towards the landslide resettlement people in Mount Elgon. Since we started the exercise, Right Honorable Prime Minister, you flagged off the verification exercise. And since that started, in the Bulambuli district, we have 16 sub-counties which have been mapped as affected, where the verification exercise was to be carried out. As I talk now, they have only finished 3 sub-counties. 2 of them, that is Namisuni and Sisiyi in Elgon North, and Simu in Elgon. They had now moved to the 4th sub-county, which is Buluganya, where the landslide actually occurred last time. And here they had only verified 4 villages out of the 19 in that one parish, but Buluganya has 57 villages, so only 4 have been verified. And I was surprised to hear that the exercise of verification had stopped. Right Honorable, we know the rains are commencing soon, mid this month. We expect our people to be verified and relocated to safer ground. I would ask for your urgent intervention, that your team from OPM to continue with verifying the remaining sub-counties in the Bulambuli district so that our people can be relocated before the rains commence. Secondly, Right Honorable Prime Minister,
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I remember giving an update here. I left the verification exercise behind, involving all stakeholders, the local leaders, the Uganda Wildlife Authority. We involved all stakeholders, including my office. Right Honorable Speaker, the people who are at high risk, according to the reports we got, are already verified. Government gave us 50 billion, and we want to start payment, or to start paying next week, those that are verified as people who are highly at risk. So I don't think we can verify everybody. I request that we don't politicize this. According to the people we sent, they have verified. Maybe we need to again investigate. But for me, I knew we have verified and now we are going to pay. And that is next week.
The Honorable Mroni, you can visit the Prime Minister and share more information. If yes. Honorable Itungo, followed by Honorable Aaron Mayanja.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Prime Minister, mine is just a free kick. It won't take a lot of time. Colleagues, the Minister for Environment was here predicting that rains are likely to begin mid-March. So I want to know from the Right Honorable Prime Minister whether government is providing planting materials for the farmers or not.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in 2022-2023, Parliament and government, after the introduction of PDM, we all agreed that let this money be put in the same basket so that our farmers can buy these seedlings themselves. However, we are realizing, the president recently directed me, we are equally realizing that the rate at which farmers are getting is not commensurate with the number of farmers on ground. And so next financial year, we may change the policy. So what I know is our president, who is able all the time, will definitely change that policy.
Honorable Aaron Mayanja, followed by Honorable Omar Apor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Prime Minister, in Kaseke Central, we have so many increasing land wrangles or conflicts in almost every parish of the constituency. People's houses, gardens, livestock are being destroyed through land wrangles. Madam Prime Minister, as executive, can't you establish through the means of lands to establish a land conflict resolution task force to handle all these issues, specifically in Nakaseke Central, Chikamulo Sub-County, Chito Sub-County, Talang Town Council, and Chiwoko Town Council, because it is a lot of tension. There is a lot of tension in the constituency. I beg to submit, Mr. Speaker.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, let the truth be told, the conflicts are among family members. Some family members who are unscrupulous usually sell their family land to big people. Eventually, these big people come to evict. And that's the major cause of conflicts, the family members themselves. This is what we have discovered. And so, we thought the local governments who have, we have the local government court to manage land conflicts at sub-county level. We have the Paris Land Committee. We have the local leaders. They are supposed to help, but sometimes they find themselves also mingled in the same. Because of corruption, a big person pays them peanuts, then they give. So it's a complex matter. Members, can we come up and amend the Land Act to address such issues once and for all? I beg that we needed to, as a government and you members of parliament, to handle this squarely. Thank you so much.
Honorable Marapo, Honorable Amosokot.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. This Tuesday, I shared the District Road Committee meeting in Otuke District. Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, this Tuesday I shared Otuke District Road Committee meeting, and we noted two very important things. One, we noted that a contractor has already been given a contract under the Oilseeds Road Program to clear some roads in the district. The contract sum is 1.7 billion shillings, and is supposed to cover 16 kilometers only. Right Honorable Prime Minister, last financial year, we used 1 billion shillings, which is given to every district by the government, to clear 196 kilometers of road. But in this particular one, under the Oilseeds Road Program, a contract of 1.7 billion is only going to do 16 kilometers only. That means a kilometer will not, it's Maram.
Question, Honorable Mara.
So, which means, Right Honorable, that a kilometer will be charged at 106 million shillings. And yet the Ministry of Works indicative figure is 9 million. And for us in Otuke, we use 5.1 million to do a kilometer. How do we arrive at these figures? Because with 1.7 billion, we can cover more kilometers of Maram Road in the district. Would the Prime Minister be able to explain that? Secondly, we know...
Thank you. No, we ask one question. Honorable, right Honorable, the question of Honorable Edakas was related to the same. Huh? No. I have your question here. So, Honorable Mara. Right Honorable, you can respond to Honorable Mara.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I want to thank Honorable Mara, because sometimes we also feel that there is a need for all of us to see how to come in. We need to use less and gain much. Use less and score more. Honorable Mara, your question is so valid that I wanted to get details, because now I wanted her to answer. This project is under their office. Yes, it is under their office. I wanted to use my office to audit. A forensic audit must be, yes, so that we stop this kind of saga.
Thank you. Honorable Amos Okot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Prime Minister has already answered. So we can't add
through you, the Right Honorable Prime Minister. The Right Honorable Prime Minister. Can I continue?
Yeah, because when I had a forensic audit, all those issues should be answered in the audit. So, but if she has a quick answer, 1 minute, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. There is a syndicate. This morning, Honorable Baba came to my office. This is Koboko, and there is a very, very shocking revelation which he gave, similar to what our colleague has just given. Out of 169 kilometers that were supposed to be made, and fortunately, it's even in the BOQs, the contractor made only 16, almost reflecting 50 million per kilometer. So I do side with you. I refused the commissioner heading this project who said they can send our staff to investigate. I said, no, we don't need to investigate. I want to report the Prime Minister, and imagine the same thing is coming up.
Thank you. Honorable Amos Okot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Agago District Pensioners Association.
Colleagues, we need order. Don't you think such a people need court martial? Eh? Honorable Court.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, this is also one of the critical questions that the Prime Minister should pay attention. Agago District Pensioner Associations, for the last 3 months, they are not getting their money. They are not getting their money. And then number 2, the teachers, some teachers from Agago, their salaries are being deducted on the basis of loan, yet they have not taken any loan from any bank. And they are trying to call here and there so that they are...
Question?
My question is, can these anomalies be investigated and be corrected with this deduction of the salaries of the teachers? Then another one for the pension association, when will their money be paid?
Thank you. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I request that he puts that valid question in writing so that I can come up with a comprehensive answer.
Thank you. Honorable Edakas, and finally Honorable Joyce Achan.
Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, the Prime Minister is also a human being. So, and I monitor, here we communicate. She has been overstretched. She was from a wrong program. But she has taken on very many questions, around 30 questions. So it's very impressive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for your time with us. Just before I ask my question, I wanted to add to the information Omara gave that even in my district...
Your time is up, Honorable. Yeah, if you're diverting to start giving information, ask your question.
Okay, let me, so let me go to the question. The question I have is, Prime Minister, you put in money, I think in 2020, to do a theater in Kabaramaido General Hospital, but was not completed. And it just needs about 700 million. In fact, I've been told that if UPDF does it, it would even do it for less to finish it and furnish it. As I speak to you, all our Caesarean sections are taken to Soroti. And this is a general hospital. We just need a little bit of a push to complete the theater and to become functional. I thank you.
Right, Honorable.
I request that he puts it in writing so that I can direct Minister of Health to budget for the same.
Thank you. Honorable Joyce Achan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to speak on behalf of my people. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to raise the issue of employment for persons with disabilities and the way they are not helped during the course of their work. Right Honorable Speaker, we have Persons with Disabilities Act 2020, Section 28, which says that government shall provide supportive social services to persons with disabilities through the acquisition of assistive devices or personal assistance. Right Honorable Speaker, public service have employed some competent persons with disabilities, but their personal assistants are not being assisted and are not being given allowance.
Conclude, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to give the evidence of Jean Longo, who is a CDO from Arua, Apai Babiko, who is a blind, also town agent Koboko, Amina Namukasa, a CDO in Masaka, blind, Chiimba Stephen, blind, rehabilitation officer in Wakiso, Naziwa Margaret, CDO, blind, Wakiso. Right Honorable Speaker, these people, despite the act that is there, are not being assisted. So my prayer is that the Minister of Public Service should tell us why this act is not being enforced. I thank you.
Thank you. Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, this is a matter of the law, and I direct that those ministries or departments or districts who are employing these people to comply with the law. That is it.
Now, I'll request the government chief whip to always speak out these directives, because for us here, no, usually they come back here and the MPs come back to us, Right Honorable. Then when you ask people in agencies, they're like, ah, but that was in Parliament. For us, we haven't received it in writing. Yeah, so it's very important. Government chief whip works closer with our clerk. We get these directives and they are communicated to the. I know he's been doing much, but this is another request on top of what he has been doing.
Right Honorable Speaker, we are always on standby, class 1, on all directives that is made in the House, whether by the presiding officer or by the Right Honorable Prime Minister. All of them are normally taken into consideration and we communicate accordingly.
Now class 1 plus. Thank you. Leader of Opposition? Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is the procedure matter, Honorable Gafab, sir?
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On the directive of the Prime Minister, I need your guidance. Wouldn't it be proper that it also goes to Ministry of Public Service? Because if the PWDs employed need to be helped through their assistants, that needs to be provided in the structures, because the local governments do not have a structure where they can employ helpers of PWDs. They will find it difficult.
Thank you. Now, Honorable, that's an administrative matter. For us, what we do a high voltage line, then the low voltage for distribution is just done from there. Ours is just high voltage. It needs to be stepped down. Okay? Yeah. Thank you. Lope?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to thank the Prime Minister for responding to other issues, including mine. But, Mr. Speaker, I've picked a few issues, and I hope she will give them attention. The first one was under Rule 41.9. That's where I'm proceeding from. Holy Family Mission Hospital is not non-profit making. Most of these districts which were created, you find that there are many missionary hospitals which have better facilities. But some time back, government was working with them and giving them support, even giving. But now, Madam Prime Minister, let me lay my issues clearly. I would wish that if you are doing, you increase a little. Because if a hospital like a Villa Maria Hospital, where I come from, you normally don't talk much about, I don't want to go specific on my areas, but I want to go on general issues. Villa Maria is handling over 6 districts. When you go to Kalungu, Villa Maria Hospital has better facilities than health center force we have. Now, this hospital, Holy Family, Chitovu Hospital, and others, Zombo, everywhere, why don't we see how we place in doctors on the secondment? They are very few. They are very, okay, maybe we shall get statistics, Madam Prime Minister, and we see, but according to what the honour member stated, you see that there are still some challenges. They can accommodate doctors, they have facilities, and give them more support. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the issue of education officers' salary enhancement, the issue of inspection in schools is alarming. A district, even yours or mine, is given, inspection is given 2 million a financial year. That's challenging. Someone who is switching me off. By yesterday, the matter I raised yesterday still goes to the same, and the Minister of Education, I think, he has moved out a little. He's around, and he's not sitting on the front row. We need to agree, Madam Prime Minister. This is a factual training of A-level teachers, senior 5 is not yet done. And according to what we have, what is being stated in the schools, let me, Mr. Speaker, the Minister is going to respond if you permit. Let me give my issues.
No,
then,
Rule 41 is a very strict rule. Only leader of opposition has a right of response. So if the Minister has something which he feels is not factual, then he can clarify it. Honourable Minister?
First of all, Right Honourable Speaker, with due respect to my brother, who is a shadow minister for education, he is aware that we train teachers for A-level curriculum. And I can confirm, even within this side of government, there are colleagues who even opened and closed some of these trainings, which took place across the country. A case in point is Honorable Victoria Rusoke here. She did it in part of the what? The Renzori. Is in order to continue misleading this house that we as the Minister of Education and Sports have not trained these teachers. Is in order.
Yeah. I think a statement, Honorable Sungu, when a minister comes here and confirms, okay, and he says, we have done this, maybe once you do it, you should ask that minister to bring evidence, but not saying that such a training has not taken place. Yes. Hmm?
Mr. Speaker, sir, let me repeat it. The A-level curriculum for senior 5, as we talk now, was sent online to schools. And being sent online is very expensive for secondary schools to print it out for all teachers. I'm repeating, A-level students who reported on Monday, the A-level teachers are meant to be trained for 5 days. Only 5 teachers for Emily Secondary School to go and roll out for other teachers is not yet done. However, we shall come back next week and disprove each other. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to know from the Prime Minister, briefly, because there is confusion between radios and Vizindaro. When you go to the dictionary, the definition of a radio and UCC is a bit different. Kindly, we need, because we, Mr. Speaker, why I'm insisting on this, in our villages, we have trading centers, and someone is having a small megaphone which is announcing someone who has died, because this person cannot afford paying money to the radio which is around. We need that kind of assistance. Then, I have 2 other issues, then I conclude. The issue of cattle compensation. I went as Vice Chairperson, Government Assurance to Guru District, and a number of where the Honorable Bright, we have all the documents under that committee where I left, showing how people were compensated. But what we are seeking was through Parliament to allow us provide all these districts with the lists of those compensation lists, be displayed at district headquarters, and confirm whether those people got those cows as stated. Because where we went, all these people are saying we have never got the cows. But there were a lot of records showing someone got 100 cows, this one got 1 cow, and we were asking how was this happening. But we could not, Mr. Speaker, as Vice Chair, take out parliamentary documents without approval of Parliament to those districts, Agago, Erute, I don't know, so that members get these lists, take them, because these lists were brought by the Attorney General. But they were disputed by where we went, and the names of those who got those cows were not known. So I will pray, if you allow, Mr. Speaker, through the Prime Minister, these are documents from your cabinet, given to us as a committee of government assurances. Allow the new committee or the members of Parliament access these documents, take them to their constituencies, read out names of those people, to confirm if they got cows, and if they got them, that will solve that challenge.
Yeah, but Honorable Songo, who has stopped them?
Mr. Speaker.
Because once you bring it here on the floor, okay, it becomes property of Parliament. A member can pick that document and go and share. Maybe if they were taken back. Or when you get guidance of the Speaker that these are restricted documents.
What happened? We were doing our work as a committee based on government assurances given by government. So these documents were brought by the Attorney General. Once they come to the committee, before presenting a report on the floor of Parliament, we don't have that right of giving them out.
Yeah, but now it was presented, isn't it? And concluded. So it's a public document.
My last 2 issues, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, is the issue of land wrangles. Madam Prime Minister, we need to carry out civic education. Where we have biggest challenge on land wrangles and the brothers, relatives selling property, many people die intestate. And when they die intestate, some others sell without getting the administrators of the estate. So what we have to do as government, we need to put money in place to go and educate people. Should they make wills? How do they prepare their children? And when you sell land, where there is no administrator after the death of your father, then you are acting outside the law. But our land laws have almost everything. And I pray if that is done, it will give a lot of solutions. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the issue I want to ask as a leader of opposition is only one. The Constitution of Uganda, Chapter 2, defines the citizenship of Ugandans. In this current situation, Madam Prime Minister, through the Speaker, we are seeing a number of people, basically from Eritrea, who have come to stay in Uganda. They have established a lot of businesses. Actually, houses in Kabalagala have gone so high, which is good. But could we know under which legal regime are these people entertained in the country? Because it's not easy for someone to leave Uganda to go and stay in Rwanda or Kenya without getting the necessary documents required to stay there as a citizen.
Thank you.
Can you help us know that? And it would be the best. Otherwise, I thank you for coming. And Madam Prime Minister, kindly, through Madam Speaker, I'm requesting you, kindly come more days. Every day, be here from Tuesday up to Thursday.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, Honorable Leader of Opposition, you've moved under Rule 41, Sub-Rule 9. Under that rule, you can only comment or reply. You don't ask the Prime Minister questions because they would have concluded. So the Prime Minister will answer you at her discretion at any time. Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister. We really appreciate you've given us enough time. I have members, some of you, your questions, you registered your questions. I've not been able to reach you, but the Prime Minister is also a human being, and she's always considerate. And I know she has another very urgent meeting today evening. So there's... So now, honorable colleagues, there is a very interesting motion which I would request to you that you allow we conclude now. Yes, we conclude now. Since we are going into a weekend and there is a lot of jam outside, we can give it 30 minutes. But it's an interesting one by Honorable Joyce Bagara. So, next item. Can I request we stand for a minute? All of us. Just today, we're at the memorial service of the late Right Honorable Kategaya, and we are told that sitting is more dangerous than smoking. So you should always stand up and you stretch a little. So yeah. So I think that's enough. Okay. So we can resume our seats, and we just address this more.
Item 9, motion for a resolution of Parliament urging the government to urgently implement a mobile portability licensing framework provided for in the Broadband Policy 2018 as a consumer protection measure.
Honorable Joyce.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It's a motion for resolution of Parliament urging the government to urgently implement a mobile number portability licensing framework provided for in the Broadband Policy 2018 as a consumer protection measure moved under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda. Whereas the National Broadband Policy 2018 requires that mobile number portability